And they can set our country on fire. We shouldn't delude ourselves about it. I would like it if we could regulate ourselves, but we don't always do that. And we saw, even with this issue of the landmark demolition, that the initial post was, it wound people up, but in the end, it had come out that actually it wasn't as bad as presented. Because it was a business, it had a business effect, the rebuttal came quickly from the person himself. But in other cases, they can set the place on fire, and that's too bad for the rest of you who are burning.
Thank you very much. And that asked our panelists, and let's discuss it. It's today is the 8th of May, 21 days to 1 year in office. Can we talk of Tinubu economics, or if we're going to talk about it, how will you describe this concept, if such lexicon exists that has been invented? We have to admit it exists now, because we have to say it. Bala, you want to start that?
No worries.
You have the microphone.
Yeah, thank you. As far as I'm concerned, the economy is not working. Nigerian economy is not in green. Nigerian economy is not in amber. Nigerian economy is in red. The only thing is, it is not yet in crimson. That is it. I have reasons. I have reasons.
You want the other one? Yes,
in a country where the monthly minimum wage of a citizen cannot buy a 50 kg bag of rice, that economy is in trouble. In a country where the minimum wage of citizens cannot buy a 50-liter diesel jerrycan of diesel, quote me that that country is in trouble. So we are living in a country where the variables are wrong. They are not working. We are on the wrong trajectory. I've analyzed it from an engineering perspective. We are wrong. I analyze it as a chartered accountant. We are wrong. I've analyzed it as a tax practitioner and a chartered tax analyst. Nigeria is on the wrong track. And we are talking about media moderation now. You are seeing a country where strategic industrial sectors are collapsing. Strategic domestic sectors are collapsing. Strategic commercial sectors are collapsing, and somebody will tell me the economy is working. The economy is not working.
Okay.
And we better get it right. You're talking about a country. You're talking about a country where between 1965 and 1989, the then generation of leaders that we felt were illiterate conceived the idea of having at least 4 refineries. As a practicing petroleum engineer and a gas engineer from 1990 to now 2024, you're talking about 34 good years. The generation of leaders that we have didn't deem it fit to maintain what they inherited. They didn't deem it fit to construct a single refinery. Do you expect anybody to tell you that we're going to run into energy crisis? You don't need anybody to tell you that we're going to run into energy crisis. Look at the institutional investors that are in Nigeria, especially the multinational companies. They are running away because of business climate hostilities. And somebody will tell me, with my engineering knowledge, with my accounting knowledge, that they are divesting. You can't tell me that. They are not divesting. They are running away because we are experiencing business climate hostilities. It is only in Nigeria that you see people you call leaders, they cannot tell you the difference between commercialization, privatization, liberalization, or even deregulation. This is the country we belong to.
Okay. But
so it's not working.
It's not working.
It's zero.
So for you, it is not working. Let us hear Dr. Peter.
I will keep going forward.
Yes.
I will explain.
Cinemonomics, let's see. How do we describe it?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. Is it working? Thank you very much. My understanding, first, let me confess that I was conscripted to this panel by Dr. Killer, and truly I was scared. You know, he's a killer. If I don't comply, you know what can happen. When a killer invites you and you refuse, you turn it down, you will do what killers do. Okay, that I should collect that microphone.
You want a microphone?
Is that one better?
Okay.
Okay.
You were saying bad things, maybe. That's why.
All right, so.
You were saying bad things about
And if you know Magnus Onyibe, I'm sure you listen to Dr. Ruben Abati and Professor Edosa that he's associated with arresting people. He arrested me. So my understanding is that we should talk about President Tinubu's economic policies, development strategies, and the impact. We cannot, and let me be straight up, and I'll say two things. The first is that I am not an economist. My only claim is that I am a street economist. So it's not only Magnus Onyibe that is leading from the street. I am on the street. The second thing I like to confess is that I'm a member of the APC. But for the purposes of this conversation, I practice what is called rational detachment. I'm going to detach myself from APC and look at things objectively. Now, talking about President Tinubu's economic policies, two are outstanding or preeminent. Nobody can deny the fact that he is focused on reforms. And two are prominent, like I said. The first one is the removal of the fuel subsidy. The second is the floating of the exchange rate, or unification of the exchange rate. Unfortunately, these two key policies have produced unintended consequences. And I'm not a specialist in giving bad news. But the truth of the matter, I don't know if you call this bad news, is that the two policies have produced negative unintended consequences. And I'll just point to some of the impact of these policies. Reforms typically are supposed to produce better outcomes, improved outcomes that will impact on the lifestyle and the living standard of the people. But in this specific instance, in the current instance, now, unfortunately, we have consequences that are not cheering, that anyone is not excited about. And it's not about intentions. The intentions may be right. Today, we are facing inflationary pressure. At the time the president came to power, inflation, month-to-month inflation, year-to-year inflation in the neighborhood of 22%. Today is 33.2%. Now, food inflation was in the neighborhood of 20-something%. Today is 40%. What it means is that certainly it's going to impact on the living standard of the people, the average Nigerian. Of course, if you look at the other consequences, the issue of foreign exchange. Today, with 30,000 naira, you can buy by far less. And I was arguing, I had a series of engagement with labor leaders when my last column talked about the minimum wage, and I said numbers versus value. And I had a typical argument with labor leaders, and I said, listen, I support a minimum wage increase outright. Clearly, I make that position clear. But let's also begin to emphasize productivity and value, not just numbers. If you increase minimum wage today to 1 million naira, and your 1 million naira cannot buy what 30,000 used to buy, or what 30,000 could buy a few months ago, you've got nothing. And so as we push for minimum wage increase, let's push for two other things. Can government take critical steps to reduce cost of living? And can government take other steps to enhance productivity? Let's our productivity per unit justify the increase in minimum wage. If we don't do that, we'll have cyclic inflation and we'll continue to be on the same spot without making any progress. Meanwhile, we're talking about numbers but not values. So on the Tinubu tokenomics, let me take the word of let me take the word of Magnus Onyibe. You know, he's been credited with the capacity to coin wealth. We have challenges. That's the truth. The policies are producing unintended consequences. And like I said, it's not about nobility of intentions. Yes. Perhaps the conception, the implementation, or the execution, there's something we're not getting right. We need to review it. It's not enough to buy ideas or pick up ideas, hook, line, and sinker. We should also look at the context. Every policy policy can be efficient dependent on the context. The context might change. If we execute a policy in Singapore and execute the same policy in Nigeria, they are certainly not going to produce the same effect. They are not going to produce the same impact. And so, in summary, because I know that other panelists have contributions to make, my position is that the intentions may be good, but it is not producing desired positive results. Let's review the economic policies and make it fit for purpose. Thank you very much.
Yes.
There's no doubt that we're going through hell. I don't know, let's bring the temperature down a bit, because comrade is so heated. And if we have a lot of heat, we also need some light. There's no doubt we're going through hell. But my question is always, because the general saying is that when you're going through hell, keep going.
Keep going.
But my question always is, are we going through it, or are we going deeper into it? And the story is that we are going through it, that the sunlit uplands are there. And when Magnus invited me onto this panel, I said that for me, I don't know what Tinubunomics is. I can pronounce it, which is unlike many other people. Yeah?
But you now understand.
I can pronounce Tinubunomics, but I don't know what it is. And I'm not an economist. So I guess that I'm here to be the idiot member of... no, I'm not even a street economist. I'm here to be the idiot member of the public who is at the receiving end of Tinubunomics and any other economic... I'm not sure that actually we've got to a stage where we can call anything Tinubunomics. We're only a year into experiencing whatever it is that the president is doing, and I don't know whether it will amount to a thing. But I will say this, that there are two things that I want to say, and I'm repeating myself. But we don't want to be trudging through hell and thinking that we're all trudging through it together, and then we see that some other people who have said, okay, you go on ahead, we are following behind you, and then we discover that they actually have a private jet to parachute them out of the hell that we are going through. And that's why, to me, I want to see my leaders suffering with me and giving up something. We're not seeing that. The other thing is that if you're going to throw me out of the window, you have to put a cushion down before you throw me out of the window. Not after you have thrown me out. They say, that cushion, let me come and find it for you. Because I'm already there with my broken bones. And I will tell you this because you can see from this that I participate in the Bring Back Our Girls sit out every Saturday. You just come out of this building, you turn right, go down Kingsway. You meet us every Saturday at Falomon discussing. And many of our members are ordinary people from Nigeria. Some of them sweep the roads in Lagos. And they talk about, and I'm the one that is telling them, have you heard about this palliative? Have you heard about this, the Onje Eko that the governor is doing for you? Have you heard? And they'll be telling me, the governor said that we street sweepers should each be given 10,000 naira extra per month. And they'll be telling me that some of us have not seen it at all. Some of us have had it twice. Some have had it for, but we have not had it for, and he said it was going to happen for. So that, to me, if you are going to put in place palliatives and you don't bother to make sure that those palliatives are hitting the spot that they are intended to, and they're not, I realize that people like me are supposed to suffer. I'm not at the top of the tree by any means, but the palliatives are not for you. But I think that when even the people who are, as I say, sweeping our streets are complaining, they hear about there is a place you can go and you can have a free meal, and nobody knows where these free meals are. Because everything that is sent out as a palliative passes through sticky fingers. And there are too many sticky fingers taking what is supposed to relieve us while we are going through the hell, hopefully through, not into, while we are going through hell, and that's the problem. So for me, it's not a matter of the street or being on it. It's a matter of, if you have a policy and you are not following through on it, then you need to review. I don't want, because in his book, Magnus talked about, he criticized Lai Mohammed for demarketing Nigeria as his first point of call.
Yeah.
And I don't want to demarcate and say, and because I see that people, they wake up every morning, they listen to Ruben Abati's Arise morning show, and they get angry, and then they go out to face their day angry. That's why I wait till the afternoon to listen to it. But so I don't want us to be angry and angry for nothing.
Ruben Abati. Now we know the cause of bad drivers in Lagos.
I want us to feel that there is a solution rather than nothing works. But we need to hear more of it, and rather than the Sunday up plans are there, and eventually, if you survive, you can make it.
Thank you very much. Sam Amache, what is Tinubunomics, and is it working?
Well, I never heard the word Tinubunomics until I met Magnus Oyude at a party actually, and he said there was going to be a panel like this on Tinubunomics. Well, once he said that, I wrapped my head around what he was talking about, and it was clear to me that he was trying to find some perspective on Tinubunomics. And for us to understand Tinubunomics, you have to understand Tinubu himself, because that is the name from which the whole idea itself is coming. Who is Tinubu? What is his worldview about economies and so on? Well, Tinubu comes from two backgrounds. One of the backgrounds is that he believes in the laissez-faire economy. And two, he also believes in the grassroots. So if you want to bring the idea of Tinubunomics in perspective, you have to marry both the laissez-faire logic and also the grassroots logic, because from the grassroots you see him as a politician, and then from the from the laissez-faire perspective, you see him as his own way of tackling it and trying to marry the idea of free market with the concept of including the people generally. Now, how do you now marry that with his handling of the national economy? Well, Peter Sai started by saying that he came with the idea of bringing reforms of subsidy and the collapsing of the window. That is true, but in a sense that is a little simplistic. In the way you handle it. You look at it in the context of what he inherited, what he met on the ground, and the person who explained, who captured the state of the economy when Tinubu became president is no other person than the former CBN governor and now governor of Anambra State, Charles Soludo, who said Tinubu met an economy which was like a dead horse standing. What does that tell you? It tells you that the economy was all but dead. An economy that was owing about 30 trillion naira in debt and had accounts all over the world in multiples of billions of naira, and you translated, that's when you translate them. There are some of them were as much as 500 million pounds. That was the one that we were told. So when you met an economy like that and you want to reform it, it's not going to be an easy path. But first, everybody understood that the subsidy regime was corrupt. Okay, if you leave it the way it was, then you have not started work. It was so you have to tackle the issue of fuel subsidy, and if you tackle it, it's not going to be painless. You have to handle the issue of the dual window of the currency, because people were round-tripping, and we all know what round-tripping was. So we met a situation that was actually a mess in 2023. So the important part of Tinubunomics is the audacity to actually confront a situation that is, in fact, was inevitable. The idea of removing subsidy is not original. The issue of collapsing the window is not original, because they are all issues we all agreed on during the presidential campaigns, that they were no longer sustainable. Now, one of the thing you do with the removal of fuel subsidy is that you make a lot of money from it and make the money available. Now, what happened was that the state governments have been receiving about double and sometimes more than double of the money that they were receiving before. Why has anybody not asked their state governments, what have you done with this money that you have been given? I know a state that used to receive like 3 billion is receiving upwards of 10 billion a month. They didn't increase salaries. They have not done much in terms of palliatives as a consequence of the increase in the allocations. That was why at one time the president spoke with the governors. He said, spend the money, don't spend the people. He told them that. But we have a system in which we always focus on the center and not on the federation. And yes, we always talk about fiscal federalism and all of that. So we are going through a situation in which the policy reforms are actually inevitable if we're not going to be not just a dead horse standing, but a dead horse buried. So that was the situation.
That's the crimson color.
That whatever the color, whatever the crimson, when the dead horse is buried, it has no color. It has no existence at all. So those are pillars of these reforms that we are going through, and you cannot go through those reforms without pain. So we must understand that the Tinubunomics is not just about that. The Tinubunomics is also about trying to handle power. It's also about trying to make sure we have great infrastructure. A lot of fight is going on over the Lagos-Calabar road, where some people are more interested in whether it comes from Calabar to Lagos instead of Lagos to Calabar, and not whether the road is there and is going on. Whether it is politics or 2027 they are interested in, or whether it is ethnic catcalls that they are mounting and so on. You know, the infrastructure is an important part of that vision. Agriculture is also part of that vision. So many acres of land have been in Jigawa, in Kebbi, and so on, have already been dedicated, and farming works are going on. So we have to look at all of that before we understand what Tinubunomics is. It's actually about a politician who is a grassroots man, but who has a laissez-faire perspective to the economic revival of the country.
Thank you very much. Well, allow the teacher in me to recap it this way and say that it seems the panel agrees that the Tinubunomics is a combination of reforms, palliatives, those are kind of keywords that define it. We're going to draw a sketch of what Tinubunomics is. It's reforms, it's palliative, it's infrastructure. That is not working, says Balazaka. Yes, that's the point. So that, no, I'm doing it this way. Let us agree what it is. Because, if you're going to talk about the economy of Reagan, you will know it's less tax, it's privatization. You see what it is. So far, Tinubunomics is reforms, privatization, infrastructure, that is argued that is not working. Some people argue that Bala argues that it's not working because it's the wrong direction. Yes. Totally. Yes. There is one thing I would like to add to the mix when you go through the conversation. My personal opinion, but I feel strongly about it. It is true that some governors are not handing out money. We believe that. And it is true that we need to hold accountable our governors who are in charge of 36 states plus the federal capital. But I argue that it's also true that it's easier for the one person or one office that gives them money to call them to say, what have you done with the money I've given you? Rather than expecting everybody to be talking to them. I think in terms of the resetting that Gungu Peter Side is saying, moving forward is the kind of thing we should be asking the center to do as well. If I give you money, I stand a better chance to say what have you done with the money I've given you than the people who are receiving it or benefiting from it. So we've seen where the, sorry, but please go.
I just want to say that it's not your money.
Yeah.
The money in the federation account is not Tinubu's money.
No, but it's coming from the federal government. That's what
No, it's not coming from the federal government. It's coming from the federation.
From the
And I think
federation.
that if we keep on
That's fine. Please,
giving this out to governors and saying that because and that was actually the quarrel that Lagos State had with President Obasanjo when he withheld it. It's not your money to withhold.
Yeah.
You just happen to be the person who can give direct instructions to the one who should be dispersing it.
Yeah.
But we shouldn't allow ourselves to believe that the money belongs to the federal government and it's magnanimously doing something.
No,
So
I didn't say it was magnanimously given. I was saying that based on the basis of the money that came to the federation account, FAAC distributed this money on the basis on a certain on a designated formula to all the states. All the president did was ask them, and has no powers to tell the governor how to spend his money. The president has no power to tell the governor how to spend his money. He only said it as a form of presidential appeal. Said, spend the money, don't spend the people.
Well, the book that has brought us together is called Leading from the Street. So, well, it's not exactly a street, it's a hall. I think it would be a good time to hear some people's comment or question. Don't speak like that, make yours shorter.
Please.
Yes.
And it is not enough for us to make a definitive assessment of the performance of the economy.
No.
And so we're going to just work with the indicators.
No, we can't.
And for me, it's important we clear that. So we can't make definitive comments on the state of the economy. This is just the first of 4 years. But the indicators is what we are tackling. The indicators are not looking very good. I don't want to use balance, red, amber, and crimson. No.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think it was suffering. I agree with what Sari said. The people need to see government people suffering with them. I think that's the real issue. When the people are suffering and giving community, they should see the government also suffering. And finally, if the federal government gives over 50%, so I think the attention of the federal government is broken.
Thank you very much.
Let's take the first item, the issue of social media. I think we are at fault. You know why? When we call them, when we put media, the owner of Facebook came to this country some years ago. At that point, we asked him, you practice journalism? He answered, thank you. He said, no. What do you practice? Because it's providing platform for people to disseminate information as fast as possible at no cost. Then when now we put media there, they are not media people. The so-called citizen journalists are not journalists. They have not attended journalism school or having training whatsoever. What I call them information traffickers. They traffic with falsehood and fake news. So we should not be calling them social media, social platform.
What should we call them, bro?
Information traffickers or social platform. Not social media. Because social media is not
It's trafficking, you make it sound like drug trafficking.
There was that drug trafficking.
I know.
Information traffickers.
And the challenge is for the mainstream media to wake up on the summer and make sure the challenge is in. How can
But bro, this mainstream media, don't remind me.
Sir,
I intend to disagree with you a little bit.
no problem, Prof.
The economy is in red. But thank God it's not in infrared. Yes, it's not infrared, it's still red. And I agree with Sam also. In order to understand Tinubu, we must understand Tinubu himself. And from our perspective, I see the man as a high-risk taker. And you see him as a high-risk taker for the benefit of all. It then means that it's premature for us to judge him, to listen to the submission of two former central banks managers and governors, Soludo and Sanusi. He said the man inherited empty. So we should see the robotics to be on the continuum, and it's premature. Let's give him at least 1 year to get us to where we are going. We just bought Bakula, and we bought it right here. How much? 2,000 naira. 2,000 naira. So that's
Adenuganomics.
So I want us to say that the robotics should be on the continuum. Thank you very much.
And the fact that the country has been a mess, the consensus has been a mess. The problems of this country, they don't have time. And these problems have been there with us for a very long time. We look at issues we have, look at the scarcity and so on and so forth, and go back to the 70s, it's been there. And so we have to begin to ask ourselves, so what is this to move forward? This is what is most important. And so we have to revisit, how do we allocate an incentive system and so on and so forth? How do we get resources? Look, we are discussing state things. Look at the controversy, the cost. It is clear to us that what we have today is not working. It's not working. Something was built, not changed. We have years that people want to abuse it and so on and so forth. We cannot try it. Also, I think that we need to revisit, we need to look at structure and stuff. If we are going to get out of the rules, this is very important. Where we are, we've been there for a long time. And we will not get out of this. You have to build structure. You cannot begin to configure it. Then you need to build it.
Thank you very much. Prince, yes.
I spoke with him earlier on and I said I go to church. I attend church every Wednesday morning. So I have prayed for you, Magnus. May God continue to help you. You are proud. I know I'm speaking the minds of some of your colleagues. When I saw this, in fact, I invited myself. Well done, Magnus. Now, my pastor says, just give the government one more year. We're praying that things get better than that. But I think let's say a year to get things sorted out.
Well, thank you very much.
And my line of work and the space and the industry that I work, I've had the privilege of experiencing the power impact that compliance has in the success of any business or any venture. So, and I've also had the privilege of reading the book, and one thing that struck me as a millennial is that we lack a serious compliance structure in our companies. So I want to put this to the panel, I want to ask the panel what they think about the role of compliance in governance and in regards to fostering accountability, so that the people that we put in there, we know that they're acting in our best interest. How can we strengthen our compliance structure and move areas to?
Well, this is a gender balance question.
About a month ago, what they call the single window policy. I don't know whether many people follow this, which is supposed to hold all the government institutions, especially with export and import business, through one single window, which will cancel out some of the shenanigans going on in our ports, our borders, and international trade. The long queues on the ICs and the trailers and the bribes and all of that. We suppose eventually will save the country a lot of money, because one, business will go on quickly, which means that you don't have to see a person to get something through, just like they are trying to do now with the passport system. And I think that aspect is one of the fundamental changes that the government is putting in place. In other words, you are going to computerize business rather than make it man-to-man, peer-to-peer, and therefore if you don't bribe you, I cannot get my shipping. If I don't talk to you, my trailer cannot come in, and things like that are going to be out of it. It's something that is actually widespread, which I think that Peter side can talk to as a former head of NIMASA, and the significance of that policy. Because this is apart from other things that are on, like the student loans, credit system, the CNG policies, and some of those things have to be put in perspective as both a reflection of the nexus between license fare and the grassroots of demand. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. One last word from everybody.
Country that has more than 100 technical polytechnics, but basic refining of crude oil to get distillate is a problem. That country is in problems. That country is in trouble. Let's define leaders. My definition: leaders are fellow citizens. We're in democracy now. Leaders are fellow citizens that other citizens elected and handed over their economic, political, and social destiny into their custody to manage in national interest. And based on that, if you are not managing it right, your attention has to be called. What are policies? If you come out with your policies at national level, policies are statements that are supposed to define national philosophies and must be seen to be reflected in the political thinking of leaders. So when you say you have policy on energy, what is it about? If you say you have policies on health, what is it about? Let's talk. I just want to define subsidy my own way. Subsidy is a globally accepted economic pain cushioning concept. It's not a Nigerian balance. It's an undisputed and a globally accepted definition. So if the concept of subsidy is not working in your country, that will not invalidate or vitiate its global definition or relevance. Find out in your country why subsidy is not working. In the context of Nigeria, you have government here, you have citizens here. In between the government and the citizens, you have two S. One is the subsidy and the other one is the saboteurs. Instead of removing the, I don't think say bloody saboteurs, you remove the subsidy. And before the removal of the subsidy, you were advised, you had a clue. Subsidy was removed on kerosene. There was no positive effect. Subsidy was removed on diesel and aviation fuel. There was no effect. And you were told that, you said, okay, I was managing my life. You wanted to create wound in me, to give me palliatives. And I told you, what if that wound becomes cancerous? What are you going to do? You did it, and it is cancerous now. It's not even benign. It's heading towards malignancy. Or what do you want us to tell you?
I have led from the streets. That's going to precede this one, but I just have to read through a bit to explain. Actually, what a lot of people didn't quite understand is Tinubunomics. Tinubunomics is taken from Bidenomics, and it encompasses all his policies and programs that he has been able to put forward since less than 1 year ago. So it's too early to judge, to make a decision on whether it is working. Yes, they are. So that's why there's also what is working, what's not working, why, and the way forward. But unfortunately, we didn't dwell on this issue in the way we should have done in an organized manner. But the whole issue is that there are certain policies that are working. Certainly, it's clear to everybody that some are working. They are coming with pains, but no pain, no gain. So it is something that we must all recognize. If we stay in our comfort zone, we will not be able to move forward. So certain drastic and surgical issues have to be done to be able to move us forward. I was telling our chairman earlier, John Yakubu Gawan, that
something I found recently in the social media was as far back as 1975. What is happening now was happening then. There were queues, long queues, in petrol stations. People tried to buy petrol as far back as 1975. He was the head of state at that time. And on the front page of that Daily Times was a whole list of policies and programs that he wanted to implement. If those policies and programs were implemented, Nigeria would be an Eldorado. People should go back and look at it. But shortly after, he was removed. Okay, fine, that he left government. When I was having a conversation with him, he said he didn't have any problem that he had to go. But the programs and policies that he introduced were not implemented thereafter. That's why we are in trouble today. If those programs and policies were there, it was well cataloged. It was just the implementation. I was, happy to hear from him that Nigeria could have implemented gas policy ahead of Russia. Russia piped gas into Europe, and during this Ukraine war, they have decided to close the pipe. The government of Nigeria, that has more gas than petrol, could have been the one that piped gas to Europe ahead of Russia. Can you beat that? Those were, so we have leaders who had the ideas, and unfortunately, they did not go through the gestation period. So right now, we're going through a similar situation. Tinubu is about the hard policies that the government of President Tinubu introduced. They are giving all of us more times. But there are potentials, there are signs showing us that if we go through them, if we, go through this very hard process, pass through this pipeline, there's light at the end of the tunnel. So we just have to brace up for the changes. It's rough and tough, but there's likely going to be less turbulence when things get steady. And it's just, as somebody pointed out, a few days to the first year anniversary. So it's too early to judge that what is going on is not in the best interest of Nigerians. Long run, yes. Short term, it's inflicting pain. But we believe that we're headed somewhere, and we should be hopeful. I just go through the speech, briefly. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries and guests gathered here today. Your presence underscores the significance of this momentous occasion. The launch of Leading from the Streets media interventions by a public intellectual 1999 to 2019. As we gather here, it's fitting to reflect on a pivotal moment in American history when John F. Kennedy delivered his iconic inaugural speech. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. These words stirred the American people, igniting the spirit of civic duty and responsibility. Kennedy's call to action transcended his time, inspiring generations to contribute to the greater good. His message resonates deeply, reminding us that leadership isn't confined to the halls of power. It's a mantle we all carry. Today, we find ourselves at a similar crossroad in Nigeria. Like the America of Kennedy's era, we face challenges that demand collective action and sacrifice. Yet, amidst these challenges lies immense opportunity. Leading from the Streets embodies the ethos of Kennedy's speech, urging us to recognize our inherent leadership and responsibility. It challenges us to reimagine leadership, not as a title, but as a commitment to service and progress. Just as Kennedy called on Americans to serve their country, this book calls on all Nigerians to contribute to our nation's development. It empowers individuals from all walks of life to make a difference, from artisans to professionals, from clergy to coaches. By harnessing the collective power of individual actions, we can effect meaningful change, whether it's supporting local industries, combating corruption, or championing good governance. Each of us has a role to play. Leading from the Street serves as a rallying cry for a new era of leadership, one where the boundaries between leaders and the led blur, and where the pursuit of the common good unites us all. It's a testament to the belief that true progress is not the sole responsibility of those in authority, but the collective effort of every citizen. This work is a chronicle of Nigeria's journey through the lens of its media landscape. Within its pages lie the narrative of our triumphs and tribulations, the echoes of our successes and failures, and the reflections of our collective psyche. From the tumultuous world of politics to the intricate web of banking, this book lays bare the dynamism of Nigerian society. As I reflect on the decades encapsulated within these pages, I am reminded of the resilience of our people, the vibrancy of our culture, and the untapped potentials that lie within our grasp. But alongside these glimmers of hope, there are also stark reminders of the challenges that continue to beset us. Leading from the streets serve not only as a mirror reflecting how far we have come, but also a clarion call for the work that still needs to be done. It is my sincere hope that through the insights shared within this book, we can chart a course towards a more equitable, just, and prosperous Nigeria for generations to come. In essence, Leading from the Streets also eliminates the extraordinary contributions of ordinary Nigerians who led from the grassroots, shaping narratives, policies, and ultimately the course of history without wielding official titles or holding governments accountable. As I said, I'm going to skim through because we're going to be giving awards to 6 Nigerians who have led from the streets in their special ways, and they have been able to make a difference. But we're also, saying that apart from what these people have done, the other people in other sectors of the economy should also do well to contribute in their own little ways so that this country can become a better place for all of us. I feel the pain of Balazaka. It's a voice from the street, but as I said, if you have an injury, let's say you have a broken bone, for instance, if you don't tell the bone healer exactly where it hurts you so that the proper treatment can be applied, the bones will not heal well. So, you bear the pain so that you can get a better healing. As Sam Marshall pointed out, the present government inherited a very bad economy, and they are just trying to patch things up, which is why we're going through these bumps. Hopefully there'll be some cruising in the future. On that note, I'd like to say very thank you to the eminent people who have raised this occasion, especially General Yakubu Gowon, who's like a father to me and has been very supportive. Thank you very much.
I am that one of us is here putting this together. When I sent a message to him, thank you very much, Magnus, for doing this, and you kept at it for a long time. You've not deviated. We're behind you. So I'm here as a friend, as a colleague. We cannot say, how can I put the field? But well, no, I'm saying, on behalf of our colleagues, when I heard that you were MC, I said, beautiful, all done. I'll have all our friends here. I see why language you here. Did I not hear that Ruth is also here in the audience? Okay, my Sienna over here. Oh.
Inseparable pair.
My reporters have been filling in, even right from the church, sending me text messages. But let me say this. I'll launch this with 1 million.
Thank you, Bisi. That is really encouraging coming from a fellow colleague. Any more launches? Yes, killer, you must kill. It's your profession.
And I think no amount of money we can give him to the launch will be enough. So let's give a lot of it, as much as we can. I will, without asking for the price, pay 10 times what it is, and I'll get 20 copies, because I'm going to be sharing it, and I want people to get into this habit. I'm going to be sending it to my primary schools, my secondary schools, my universities, my church, all the clubs I belong to. When I see books I like, I tend to buy a lot of it, and I give it out to a lot of libraries. There is a project we're working on called My Library Initiative, and I'm very passionate about it. And the idea is that you give books to libraries that you are interested in, whether your personal library, your old school, your church, any association you belong to. So those things, I'll be taking 20. And I'll be
Yes. Money. I would say that I don't know what the
cost prices, just say, I'll take 100 copies. For you, the cost price is 50. Alhaji Aliko Dangote is here. Not quite, but I hope he has a representative. We have Chief Mike Adinuga. I hope he has a representative. And we have Barrister Alan Onyema, the Air Peace Chairman. I hope he has a representative. William Sobo, is he still here? William, would you like to lead us in the citations? Is the representative here, please? Please give put your hands together for the representative of Professor Wolechenka, who is going to receive the award on his behalf. The Nigerian Civil War that raged from 1967 to 1970, claiming an estimated 1 million Nigerian lives, he penned an article during the opposing factions to refrain from the conflict. However, his play went unheeded, instead meant Biafra. While federal troops and Biafran army aimed their weapons at each other, Professor Shoyinka languished in jail. By the time the gunfire ceased, Nigeria had lost over 1 million lives and endured extensive infrastructure damage, particularly in the southeastern region, from which he has yet to fully recover. So the calamity which the playwright sought to prevent through his writing and publishing efforts, Professor Shoyinka could have capitalized on his post-war popularity to venture into politics, akin to his fellow educator Walimu Julius Nyerere, who served as president of Tanzania from 1964 to 1985. Starting his career as a teacher and activist. However, he opted against this path to leadership, steadfastly maintaining his role as a street-level advocate. In his indomitable spirit of wielding the pen as a weapon, Professor Shoyinka has continued to inspire the new generation. For this reason, he deserves recognition as a paragon of leading from the streets, hence the honor of this award. The award for Professor Shoyinka will be taken by Ayola Motola. Please could you go to...
getting such honorable awards. He was the first to get the award, and now this is another award, and I'm sure he's gotten quite a lot. I was looking forward to seeing him here so that we can continue our relationship. As you know, he was my special guest for many years. But I can show you, we've ended up as bosom friends and person that one respected. Well, he's done well, and certainly he's been doing it from the street. He's certainly done very well. All his, when I always say something about him, I say he pepper we with his words and also his pen. Now I said that to when we met after so many years in Abuja, and he has his children there with him, and the 2 children, a boy and a girl. And of course we embraced, we shook hands, and we embraced each other so warmly, and these young children were watching. And so I said to them, yes, this one, he pepper we with his word, and pen, and my goodness, but that was that respect. One thing that really made me cheerful was that the little girl the way she really roared with laughter what I said about his, her father or her uncle. I said that I'm sure that little girl must have had a bit of his words too, his pepper from his words. That's why she was reeling with that laughter. But he's a great man in every word. No matter what happened between us. Well, so keep this. This the only thing is that we should have that shoot. We should have that
Thank you.
She was sitting with us when we had the conversation about his meeting with the general. He was really looking forward to it. And when he told me that he had an ask to grind with the general, I said to him, has that not been resolved? He said no, that the general made a statement during a World Foundation event that he didn't give him the credit. And when I reported back to Prof, he was very excited after I talked to the general. So we're looking forward to all of this. And the young man, Biscon, who was here earlier, who had written a letter to the general with respect to young man at that time. He was 17. Yes, he was 17 at that time, but he's 74 now. Was here to also be engaged in this historic meeting between the professor and the general and himself. It's Auntie Julie Coker here that actually brought that to my notice, and we had to invite RA. So, but unfortunately, the RA is not here now. Also, I just noticed that the citation for the various individuals are quite long, and we don't want the general to be sitting for too long. So, some of the people who are going to receive the awards are already very well known. So, we're just going to skip through all that as well. Just mention them so that they can receive the award. Some of the people who came to receive the award on behalf of their bosses have left. There's Tony, who was to receive on behalf of Falaji Dangote. Here, there's somebody else here who's here for the rest of them. So I hope they are here. Abubakar Dangiwa couldn't come. He's in Kaduna. And he said to me that flights are not landing in Kaduna right now because of safety issues. And it was very dangerous for him to drive between Kaduna and Abuja to catch a flight to come. So he couldn't come. He really wanted to come because he wrote a forward. So unfortunately, he's not here. He'll be, his award will be received on his behalf. So I've just requested that Patrick should skim through this thing so that we can leave here. We'll be here for quite some time. Thank you very much.
So now I wish I knew what to skip through, because now we don't know if the representative of Alaji Dambi is not here. Okay, what about the representative of Chief Mike Adenuga? Not here either. What about the representative of Barrister Allen Onyama of Air Peace? I think we shall have to get these awards to them. Then the other ones here. Representative of Dr. Lisa Bakova. Is the person here? Representative of Abubakar Dangiwa, we've already sent that. I think that's about all. I think we'll find a way to get the awards to them. Please let's put our hands together for all the award winners, and the hope those of us clapping want to get these awards ourselves for.
And the success today, all glory to him. On behalf of Inspire Media Services Limited, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your presence at this remarkable occasion of the public presentation of the book, Leading from the Streets, Media Intervention by a Public Intellectual, 1999 to 2019. Today, we have witnessed the culmination of hard work, dedication, and creativity by my husband, Mr. Magnus Onyibe, in his latest book, Leading from the Streets. At about this time in the year 2022, precisely on May the 10th, I had the privilege of giving the vote of thanks during the launch of his then latest book, Becoming President of Nigeria, A Citizen's Guide, at the Yaradua Center, Abuja. In that book, he predicted on page 331 to 332 that the contest for the presidency of Nigeria in 2023 would be between incumbent President, His Excellency Bola Tinubu, and the former Vice President, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. The article, How to Become President of Nigeria 2023, that was reproduced in the book was published in the mass media on September 15, 2021. That was long before the party primaries where both candidates were nominated by their respective parties. It was at the time when the incumbent president appeared not to have any chance because the presidency was likely not to be zoned to the southwestern part of Nigeria. So I was pleasantly surprised when my husband's prediction about the likely outcome of the presidential contest came to pass. Having said that, we would like to express our deepest appreciation to the author, Mr. Magnus Onyibe, for sharing his writing talent with the world. His words in this book have certainly enlightened me, and I believe it must have inspired a lot of us here present. We are honored to be part of this journey of new discovery and renewed hope of the wonderful citizens of our great country, Nigeria. We say a special thank you to the chairman of the occasion, the father of the nation, who also wrote the foreword to the book, the former head of state of Nigeria, General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR. We also say a big thank you to His Excellency, Chief James Onanifeo Ibori, His Excellency Donald Duke, Mr. Henry Meseka, and all our distinguished guests. We sincerely thank all the contributors for their insightful and thought-provoking speeches that have added depth to the book and this event. The presence of you all has truly enriched the experience for all of us. And all those of you participating online in your respective offices or homes, via Zoom and the live telecast of the event by AIT, we thank you for engaging with us online. Without you all, this event would not have been possible. Your belief in the power of communication and intellectualism is truly commendable. Last but not the least, a big thank you to our event organizers, especially Ms. Precious of Alliance Francaise / Mike Adenuga Center, volunteers and staff of Inspire Group for their hard work and dedication in making this event a success. Your tireless efforts have not gone unnoticed, and we are grateful for everything you have done to make this occasion a memorable one. As we conclude this wonderful event, let us take from here the spirit of creativity, knowledge, and community. May Leading from the Streets continue to inspire and resonate with readers around the world. And may we all continue to lead in our little ways, in our little spaces for the greater good of all. Thank you once again for being part of this special occasion. We wish you all journey mercies to your various destinations.
Ladies and gentlemen, history is about to be made. A legacy of excellence, 5 decades of broadcasting brilliance, and 25 years of an iconic brand. Prince Biscon stands tall as a trailblazer in the media industry. Join us on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at the prestigious Muson Center, Onikon, Lagos, as we celebrate Prince Biscon 50 remarkable years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. An unforgettable event awaits, featuring an insightful lecture, a prestigious award presentation, and the grand unveiling of the Biscon Foundation, an initiative dedicated to impact and empowerment. Be part of this milestone moment as industry leaders, dignitaries, and well-wishers gather to honor a man whose voice has shaped generations. The time is 11 a.m. The place is Muson Center. The celebration is legendary. Prince Biscon at 50 in broadcasting and BOS at 25. Raising the bar, setting the pace, and inspiring the future. See you there. As we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Biscon highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Biscon Show, BOS The Ultimate. Time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Biscon Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boer Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency Senator Doyediri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Biscon and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Biscon and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, Sir Kessington Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for good governance go to Governors Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day newspapers and Arise News TV, the toast of television viewers in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms, strictly, mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt. Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC, BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ogbuku and Chairman of NDDC, Barrister Chiedu Ebie, who have done very well for themselves and the younger generations of Nigerians. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji, OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike, CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS Prestigious Award for super project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for selfless service to the nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Bisiolatilo's Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there.
Are you ready? We are not joking when we say Koson Week 2025 will be stupendous. Yes, Nigeria will rise again. Fasten your seatbelts. Koson Week 2025, May 25 to May 31.
The passing of Pope Francis, a humble shepherd of the modern church. Pope Francis, born Yoge Mario Bergoglio, passed away peacefully on Easter Monday, April 21st, 2025, at the age of 88. He died at 7:35 a.m. in his residence at the Duomo Sancte Marthe within Vatican City, following complications from double pneumonia and other age-related health issues. His death marks the end of a transformative era in the Roman Catholic Church. Elected in March 2013, Pope Francis became the 266th Pope and the first from the Americas, an Argentine of Italian descent. He was also the first Jesuit pope and the first non-European pontiff in more than 1,300 years. Known for his humility, simplicity, and deep compassion, Pope Francis took his name from Saint Francis of Assisi, a symbol of poverty, peace, and care for creation, values he embodied throughout his pontificate. Over his 12-year tenure, Pope Francis championed a more inclusive and merciful church. He prioritized outreach to the poor, migrants, and the marginalized, often emphasizing a church for the poor. His progressive stances on climate change, LGBTQ+ inclusion, and interfaith dialogue won admiration from many, though they also drew criticism from more conservative factions within the church. His landmark encyclicals, such as Laudato Si on the environment and Fratelli Tutti on human fraternity, reflected his vision for a just and united world. Pope Francis was also a reformer. He made strides to clean up Vatican finances, promote transparency, and address long-standing issues such as clerical sexual abuse. Yet, perhaps his most enduring legacy is his pastoral approach, focusing less on doctrine and more on the lived experience of people, always urging the church to meet individuals with love rather than judgment. In accordance with his personal wishes, Pope Francis will not be buried in the traditional papal tombs beneath St. Peter's Basilica. Instead, he requested to be laid to rest at the Basilica of St. Mary Major in Rome, a church he held dear and visited frequently throughout his life. This decision underscores his lifelong message: humility, simplicity, and service. World leaders and religious figures across the globe have paid tribute to his legacy. King Charles III, U.S. President Donald Trump, and leaders from other faiths have all expressed deep sorrow at his passing, celebrating him as a bridge builder and a man of peace. The Vatican has announced that the conclave to elect his successor will take place between May 6th and May 11th, 2025. As the Church prepares to choose its next shepherd, many look back on Pope Francis's papacy as one that redefined the heart of Catholicism for the modern age, one rooted in mercy, inclusion,
ságìrì làgìrì ọ̀làgìrì kàkà tí gbẹ́dùn bọ̀ kìnìún ojú ọ̀bọ̀tẹ̀ ìrúnmọlẹ̀ tí gbẹ́nu àfin ọ̀lẹ́wọlé ọmọ kú ọmọ òfò ọmọ àrùn ọmọ àdábà ilé ọmọ àdábà òde ikú tí pọmọ tí bàbá dúpẹ́ àrùn tí sọmọ tí ìyá ò gbọ́dọ̀ gbin ságìrì làgìrì ọ̀làgìrì kàkà tí gbẹ́dùn bọ̀ kìnìún ojú ọ̀bọ̀tà àtàndá àǹjẹ̀nú èèyàn tí bẹ́yà àjẹwò àníṣẹ́kìnní àná pamọ́.
Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, played host to the top echelon of the different sections of the society on Saturday, the 20th of October 2018. The event, which took place at the International Conference Center of the University of Ibadan, Nigeria's premier citadel of tertiary education, was the presentation of a book to mark the 80th birthday anniversary of the Alaafin of Oyo, His Imperial Majesty Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, who also commemorated the 48th anniversary of his reign on the throne of his forefathers. The chief host was Governor Abiola Ajimobi of Oyo State. President Muhammadu Buhari, who was the special guest of honor, was represented by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. The chairman of the event was Senator Bola Tinubu, who was represented by the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa. After the opening prayer, the welcome remarks was given by the eldest son of the Alaafin of Oyo, Prince Babatunde Adeyemi. This was followed by the chairman's address, rendered by the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, who represented Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, eulogized the Alaafin for his far-reaching efforts to properly position the Yoruba nation and Nigeria too.
Kabiyesi, to some of us, you are a model among your peers. Kabiyesi, you stand out among your colleagues. You are a man of honor, man of integrity, and a disciplined one. Kabiyesi, we pray that Almighty Allah will continue to strengthen you. You have contributed a lot to our culture, custom, and tradition, and I will urge you to continue to sustain this as a custodian of our custom in our region. Kabiyesi, it is high time to stand out and bring together all our royal fathers to serve the interests of our region, most especially Yoruba race, to dish out ideas, values that will promote our interests in this country and as well as our nation in general. Kabiyesi, all we have to do today is to continue to pray that Almighty Allah increase your knowledge, give you good health, and protect all those things that give you joy and happiness. And I pray you will attain 100 years on this earth and you continue to be useful to our race and to our nation.
Ewi incantation was next, followed by a documentary which properly chronicled all the groundbreaking achievements of the Alaafin of Oyo that have placed him in a very special place in both the history of the Yoruba and indeed the Nigerian nation, dating back to the struggle for our independence. The book, titled The Alaafin of Oyo, was reviewed by a renowned academic, Professor Anthony Iyola Asiwaju.
It is for me an honor and rare privilege to be asked by the celebrant to be the reviewer of this book on this very important occasion. Though the birthday proper fell on Monday, 15th of October 2018, it academically kicked off with a very high-profile international conference on the theme of the Alaafin in Yoruba history, culture, and political power relations. From Monday, the 18th of October, to Thursday, 11th of October 2018, at the Ajayi Crowther University campus in Oyo. The conference was organized under the auspices of the Board of Trustees and Management of the UNESCO-recognized Center for Black Culture and International Understanding in Osogbo.
The launching of the book was flagged off by Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, the chief launcher, followed by Senator Godswill Akpabio, Kogi State Government, and others.
Oyo, the Alaafin too, has such a very great history that spans over the entire West Africa. We cannot forget that. And listening to the fact that the Alaafin has made efforts to put down this history, his experiences, I believe that the great people of this state and the Yoruba race should be very proud of this Alaafin. I must say that my dear father, who is celebrating today, is a Pan-Africanist. He happens to be one royal father that has cut across not just the entire Yoruba race, but other parts of Nigeria. He has made friends and he has sons and daughters across the Niger Delta. When I had the opportunity to launch one of the best international stadia in Africa and the best in West Africa, I can say so, the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo, that gave us the opportunity to qualify for the World Cup. The Alaafin came and he was there with a large entourage. And when he met me, he said, "My son, I love development." And when I heard of this edifice, I said, "I must be here in person." Your Royal Majesty, Kabiyesi, may I thank you on behalf of the good people not just of my senatorial district, but of the good people of the South Nigeria and Niger Delta. We owe you in very high esteem. We are very proud of you. We are excited that God has kept you to see 80 years, and we are praying that we will be here again to celebrate you at 90.
The Honor of Ife, His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Togunsi, the Olu of Warri, His Majesty Ogame Ikenwole, the Olugbo of Ugbo Kingdom in Ondo States, Oba Frederick Akinruntan Obateru, were joined by other monarchs across the country to celebrate one of their own.
Nípa oore ọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè àti ẹ̀sìn dálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire tí ó fún ikú bàbá yèyé torí wípé Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ló kẹ́ wọn, ó fún wọn ní oore ọ̀fẹ́ méjì. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ kìíní wọ́n jọba, oore ọ̀fẹ́ kejì wọ́n tún jẹ ọjọ́ orí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè òun ló kẹ́ wọn. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrólé Oòduà tí Ọlọ́run kẹ́ èmi náà tí mo jọba, ṣùgbọ́n ọjọ́ orí tí àwọn jẹ mo ń fi tọrọ fún gbogbo ládéládé àti gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire pátápátá, torí ẹni tó bá jọba tó tún jọjọ́ orí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ oore ńláńlá ni ó rí gbà ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kó pẹ́ fún wa o.
The cutting of the birthday cake was conducted by Chief Alaba Lawson, the Yalodi of Yoruba land.
70, 75, 76,
76.
May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you, Papa. May the good Lord bless you. We wish you many happy returns of today, long life and prosperity. Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray!
Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray!
The one and only Kábíyèsí Ikú Bàbá Yèyé Igbákejì Òrìṣà, His Imperial Majesty Ọba Dr. Lamidi Ọláyíwọlá III, JP CFR, the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́. I'm therefore very delighted to be here today. In the midst of the crème de la crème of our society, I bring to this occasion warm felicitations on behalf of my family, the government, and the good people of Oyo State. Similarly, Kábíyèsí, this epochal event, which marks a huge milestone, is also an opportunity to acknowledge the Almighty Allah's hand in your long, meaningful, and relevant life.
In the address of President Muhammadu Buhari delivered by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, described the Aláàfin as a quintessential monarch with a deep sense of history, who stands for truth always and the best for the Yoruba race. He wished him more speed and resounding good health in the years ahead.
Obviously, our nation has always been extremely proud of you. The recognition of which you were conferred with the national honor of Commander of the Federal Republic. And on behalf of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, I wish you a very happy birthday. And I pray that you will reign in good health, peace and joy for as long as you wish on the behalf of your father. Ní fún àwọn ọmọ yẹn o, ọlọ́run ọba Olódùmarè àti ọ̀rìnkàlá, happy birthday Kábíyèsí, and God bless you.
The vote of thanks was given by the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Ọba Lamidi Adeyemi III, the royal monarch, who is greatly admired and respected for his impeccable dress sense and respect for the culture and tradition of the Yorubas.
the role and depth of your influence in nurturing a Yoruba identity and consciousness among Yoruba has continued to resonate across generations and boundaries. The book we are presenting today will clearly show the extent of my participation and the quality of my contribution to national discourse. On every issue, I have sought to speak authoritatively and unambiguously. I have sought to make my arguments sound and compelling and to interpret events with both logic and native intelligence.
From Biscon Communications, it's 80 hearty cheers to their laughing over your His Imperial Majesty Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III.
Ladies and gentlemen, history is about to be made. A legacy of excellence, 5 decades of broadcasting brilliance, and 25 years of an iconic brand. Prince Biscon stands tall as a trailblazer in the media industry. Join us on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at the prestigious Muson Center, Onikon, Lagos, as we celebrate Prince Biscon 50 remarkable years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. An unforgettable event awaits, featuring an insightful lecture, a prestigious award presentation, and the grand unveiling of the Biscon Foundation, an initiative dedicated to impact and empowerment. Be part of this milestone moment as industry leaders, dignitaries, and well-wishers gather to honor a man whose voice has shaped generations. The time is 11 a.m. The place is Muson Center. The celebration is legendary. Prince Biscon at 50 in broadcasting and BOS at 25. Raising the bar, setting the pace, and inspiring the future. See you there. As we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Biscon highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Biscon Show, BOS The Ultimate. Time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Biscon Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boa Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency Senator Doyediri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Biscon and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Biscon and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, OON. Sir Kessentin Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for good governance go to Governors Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day newspapers and Arise News TV, the toast of television viewers in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms strictly, mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt. Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC, BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ogbuku and Chairman of NDDC, Barrister Chiedu Ebie, who have done very well for themselves and the younger generations of Nigerians. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji, OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike, CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS Prestigious Award for super project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for selfless service to the nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Bisiolatilo's Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there.
Hello and welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Hussein. First, the headline stories. Tinubu to meet service chiefs over rising killings. First Lady to youths at Easter Branch, unite in love. In business, federal government earns 6.9 billion naira from mining fees in first quarter. In foreign news, IMF urges heavily indebted nations to seek debt restructuring. And in sports, under-20 AFCON player Flying Eagles arrive Egypt for showdown. And now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu is set to meet with Nigeria's service chiefs and the National Security Advisor following his return from an 18-day work visit to Paris and London. This move comes amidst mounting insecurity and the killing of over 120 people in states like Plateau and Benue since early April. The presidency disclosed that the president had been receiving briefings and giving directives while abroad and would now hold a full security meeting to review developments and strategize. Meanwhile, the presidency has placed part of the blame on state governors, accusing them of underfunding local security outfits despite receiving large security votes. Special Advisor Daniel Bwala criticized some governors for allocating a mere 20 million naira monthly to federal security agencies while receiving up to 3 billion naira in security votes. He called for better use of resources already at the state's disposal, urging governors to take responsibility in the ongoing fight against insecurity. To this now, First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu has called on Nigerian youths to embrace love, unity, and compassion as tools for national transformation. Speaking at an Easter brunch at Abuja with the youth wing of the Christian Association of Nigeria, YOWICAN, she emphasized that true societal change starts with selfless acts and inclusive mindsets. The First Lady highlighted the importance of youth in promoting gender equity and driving national progress. The Easter event, which was the second hosted by the First Lady for YOWICAN, also fostered interfaith dialogue and national development discussions. The group's national chairman, Belo Sochukwu Enwen, commended Mrs. Tinubu for her unwavering support for youth involvement and leadership. The gathering provided a platform for celebrating shared values and charting new paths for youth engagement across Nigeria. Governor Monday Okwebolo of Edo State has suspended the Okumagbe of Uwano Kingdom in Agenobode, Dr. George Oshiapi Egabo, indefinitely over recurring cases of kidnappings and killings in the monarch's domain. The suspension follows the tragic killing of a palace chief, John Ihamate, and the arrest of the monarch's secretary, Chief Peter Omiogbehini. In a statement released by the governor's chief press secretary, Fred Itoa, the government stated that the suspension was part of an intensified effort to restore peace and hold traditional authorities accountable in areas experiencing unrest. The decision signaled a strong warning to community leaders about their responsibility in maintaining law and order in their territories. We'll go on a break and return with business news. Welcome back. In business, let us tell you that the federal government has raked in over 6.9 billion naira from mining fees in the first quarter of 2025, signaling progress in its push to expand revenue sources. Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, announced the figures at the second Business Day annual mining conference at Abuja, attributing the gains to increased investor interest and improved awareness initiatives. According to the ministry, the fees came from over 950 applications for mining rights, with licenses issued for exploration, small-scale mining, quarrying, and reconnaissance. In addition, 118 new private mineral buying centers were registered. The government hopes these developments would boost Nigeria's mining sector and attract further foreign and local investments. We'll observe another break now for foreign news. Welcome back. In foreign news, let's tell you that the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has advised countries struggling with high debt burdens to consider restructuring in order to regain macroeconomic stability. In a pre-spring meeting report, IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva stressed the urgency for vulnerable countries to act early and decisively to avoid long-term economic fallout. Georgieva also warned about the global ripple effect of trade tensions and tighter financial conditions, especially for smaller economies and emerging markets. She emphasized the need for flexible exchange rates and responsible fiscal policies to absorb economic shocks, especially as aid flows to low-income countries continue to decline. Another break now for sports news. Welcome back. In sports, let's tell you that Nigeria's under-20 national team, the Flying Eagles, have landed in Cairo, Egypt, ahead of the 17th Africa Under-20 Cup of Nations. With the tournament kicking off on April 27, the 7-time African champions are already in training mode under head coach Aliyu Zubairu, with preparations including a friendly match against host Egypt scheduled for today. The team is aiming not just for continental glory, but also for a ticket to the FIFA Under-20 World Cup later this year in Chile. All 4 semi-finalists from the African tournament would automatically qualify for the global event. The Flying Eagles are lodged at Joe Sports City and Aqua Resort are expected to be one of the top contenders. We'll go on a final break for entertainment news. Welcome back. In entertainment, let's tell you that popular influencer Blessing CEO has stirred conversation online by urging single mothers to allow fathers play active roles in their children's lives regardless of personal disputes. Referring to Iyabo Ojo's decision to let her daughter's biological father walk her down the aisle, Blessing praised the actress for putting her daughter's needs first. She emphasized that a father remained a father no matter the circumstances, and discouraged women from letting resentment block co-parenting opportunities. A message delivered via social media encouraged single mothers to focus on the emotional well-being of their children and allow fathers to contribute meaningfully, be it financially, emotionally, or symbolically. That will be all on Biscon TV News for now, compiled and produced by Favor Ajabi. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching.
The passing of Pope Francis, a humble shepherd of the modern church. Pope Francis, born Yogi Mario Bergoglio, passed away peacefully on Easter Monday, April 21st, 2025, at the age of 88. He died at 7:35 a.m. in his residence at the Duomo Sancte Marthe within Vatican City, following complications from double pneumonia and other age-related health issues. His death marks the end of a transformative era in the Roman Catholic Church. Elected in March 2013, Pope Francis became the 266th Pope and the first from the Americas, an Argentine of Italian descent. He was also the first Jesuit Pope and the first non-European pontiff in more than 1,300 years. Known for his humility, simplicity, and deep compassion, Pope Francis took his name from Saint Francis of Assisi, a symbol of poverty, peace, and care for creation, values he embodied throughout his pontificate. Over his 12-year tenure, Pope Francis championed a more inclusive and merciful church. He prioritized outreach to the poor, migrants, and the marginalized, often emphasizing a church for the poor. His progressive stances on climate change, LGBTQ+ inclusion, and interfaith dialogue won admiration from many, though they also drew criticism from more conservative factions within the church. His landmark encyclicals, such as Laudato Si on the environment and Fratelli Tutti on human fraternity, reflected his vision for a just and united world. Pope Francis was also a reformer. He made strides to clean up Vatican finances, promote transparency, and address long-standing issues such as clerical sexual abuse. Yet, perhaps his most enduring legacy is his pastoral approach, focusing less on doctrine and more on the lived experience of people, always urging the church to meet individuals with love rather than judgment. In accordance with his personal wishes, Pope Francis will not be buried in the traditional papal tombs beneath St. Peter's Basilica. Instead, he requested to be laid to rest at the Basilica of St. Mary Major in Rome, a church he held dear and visited frequently throughout his life. This decision underscores his lifelong message: humility, simplicity, and service. World leaders and religious figures across the globe have paid tribute to his legacy. King Charles III, U.S. President Donald Trump, and leaders from other faiths have all expressed deep sorrow at his passing, celebrating him as a bridge builder and a man of peace. The Vatican has announced that the conclave to elect his successor will take place between May 6th and May 11th, 2025. As the Church prepares to choose its next shepherd, many look back on Pope Francis's papacy as one that redefined the heart of Catholicism for the modern age, one rooted in mercy, inclusion, and love. Ladies and gentlemen, history is about to be made. A legacy of excellence, 5 decades of broadcasting brilliance, and 25 years of an iconic brand. Prince Biscon stands tall as a trailblazer in the media industry. Join us on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at the prestigious Muson Center, Onikon, Lagos, as we celebrate Prince Biscon 50 remarkable years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. An unforgettable event awaits, featuring an insightful lecture, a prestigious award presentation, and the grand unveiling of the Biscon Foundation, an initiative dedicated to impact and empowerment. Be part of this milestone moment as industry leaders, dignitaries, and well-wishers gather to honor a man whose voice has shaped generations. The time is 11 a.m. The place is Muson Center. The celebration is legendary. Prince Biscon at 50 in broadcasting and BOS at 25. Raising the bar, setting the pace, and inspiring the future. See you there. As we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Bisiolatilo's highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Bisiolatilo Show, BOS The Ultimate. Time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Bisiolatilo Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boer Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency Senator Doyediri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Bisiolatilo and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Bisiolatilo and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, OON. Sir Kessington Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for Good Governance go to Governors Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day Newspapers and Arise News TV, the toast of television viewers in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms strictly, mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt, Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC, BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, and Chairman of NDDC, Barrister Chiedu Ebie, who have done very well for themselves and the younger generations of Nigerians. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS Prestigious Award for super project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for selfless service to the nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Bisiolatilo's Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there. As we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Bisiolatilo's highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Bisiolatilo Show, BOS The Ultimate, time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Bisiolatilo Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire, Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boer Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency, Senator Doyediri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Bisiolatilo and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Bisiolatilo and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, OON. Sir Kessington Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for Good Governance go to Governors Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day Newspapers and Arise News TV, the toast of television viewers in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt. Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC, BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ubuku, and Chairman of NDDC, Barrister Chiedu Ebie, who have done very well for themselves and the younger generations of Nigerians. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji, OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike, CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS Prestigious Award for super project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for selfless service to the nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Bisiolatilo's Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there.
Gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òjì wọ́n mọ́ gbogbo. Gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òjì ilé máa rògbò. Gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òjì wọ́n mọ́ gbogbo. Gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òjì ilé máa rògbò. Omi kan fọ́wọ́ kankan kò jẹ́ lẹ́gbẹ́. Bàbá. Jayé rẹ̀ tó balẹ̀, bàbá wọ́n máa jẹ́ òkò ní ṣẹ́kù ọba wọ́n máa jẹ́ òfò ẹgbẹ́ rẹ̀ olówó fi dọ́gba lọ́jọ́ alẹ́ o àṣẹ.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. When you happy return.
Aláàfíìdé bàbá mi.
Aláàfin gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ yóò ti lé gbogbo bàbá kábíyèsí.
Aláàfíìdé.
Ṣàkàndá ṣàkàndá ti kìkì. Ògbóná bí ẹlẹ́gùn ṣọ̀pọ̀nà ṣọ̀pọ̀nà ògbóná ẹlẹ́gùn ẹ̀ ló gbóná. Pápápápápápápá sọ́bẹ̀ sọ̀fà kó rọrí. Akátá wò lójú kò pẹ́ ẹ̀mẹ́wọ̀n lẹ́sẹ̀. Èmi bàbá yín ló kò yọ̀ tó wò ń là ní tìjú. Ó ní ìlànà ìwúgẹ́rù sojú nígbà ìjàdàbà nítorí ìfọwọ́. Òjò fàtẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ má tẹ̀rọ má tù á. Omi àrò ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ Aláàfin. Ọba bẹ̀rẹ̀ mi. Omi àrò ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ Aláàfin. Aláàfin gbogbo rẹ̀ yóò ti lé tó. Ọba tó kù nílé tó tún para ẹ̀ lẹ́rù. Tí ò lè pa omi àrò ọlọ́sìn ó ti ṣòògùn ọdún omi yẹn jẹ ó ti ṣòògùn ọdún lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ó ti ṣe gbogbo ìlọ́dún àníṣe ó ti ṣe àgbàtà ọdún àníṣe ó ti ṣe àgbàtà ọdún kódà ó ṣe àádọ́rin ọdún wà lẹ́yìn lọ́lẹ̀ ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ márùn ọba aláṣẹ wọ́n tó kọ́ọ̀dún àdúrà wọ́n tún jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Rí wọ́n rí òun rí wọ́n rò. Aláàfin ṣe òun ẹ̀ pé kò ṣe òun ẹ̀ pé kò ṣe òun rí wọ́n rí. Bàbá òun rí wọ́n rò.
Àkọ́kọ́ dáyé ni ó ti dáwé ọlá, àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dáyé ni ó ti dáwé àtọ́ òkùnkùn nílé ọ̀rọ̀.
Gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ra tí ó kì í sí bàbá òdì mọ́ ọmọ gbogbo.
Mo gbàdúrà sọ kì í sí bàbá òdì nílé ọ̀rọ̀.
Gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ra tí ó kì í sí bàbá òdì mọ́ ọmọ gbogbo.
Mo gbàdúrà sọ kì í sí bàbá òdì nílé ọ̀rọ̀.
Omi náà kọ́ wù kankan kò jẹ́ ẹgbẹ́. Bàbá.
Jayé rẹ̀ tó kalẹ̀. Bàbá wọ́n máa jẹ́ òkò ní ṣẹ́kù. Bàbá wọ́n máa jẹ́ òkò ẹgbẹ́ rẹ̀. Olówó fi dọ́gba lọ́jọ́ alẹ́ o. Àṣẹ.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. When you happy return.
Aláàfin dé
tòkìtì ṣákátá ṣákátá tòkìtì. Ògbóná bí ẹlẹ́gùn ṣọ̀pọ̀nà ṣọ̀pọ̀nà ògbóná ẹlẹ́gùn ẹ̀ ló gbóná. Apápátápápátápápá sọ́bẹ̀ sọ̀fà kó rọrí. Akátá wò lójú kó pẹ́ẹ́nì mẹ́kùn lẹ́sẹ̀. Èyí bàbá yín ló lò yọ̀ tó wò ń là ní tìbí. Ó ní àlẹ́ wíkẹ́rì fojú nígbà nígbà ní ojú ìfọwọ́. Òjò fàtẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ má tẹ̀rọ má ti bá. Tómi àrò ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ aláàfin. Ọba bẹ̀rẹ̀ tómi àrò ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ aláàfin. Aláàfin gbogbo rẹ̀ yóò fi létò. Ọba tó kù nílé tó tún bara ẹ̀ lẹ́rù. Tí ò lè pa tómi àrò ọlọ́sì ó ti ṣòògùn ọdún omi yẹn jẹ ó ti ṣòògùn ọdún lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ó tún ṣe rògbòdì ọdún àníṣe ó tún ṣe àgbàtà ọdún àníṣe ó tún ṣe rọ́bọ̀tà ọdún kódà ó ṣe àádọ́rin ọdún wà lẹ́yìn lọ́lẹ̀ ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ márùn ọba aláṣẹ wọ́n tó ọgọ́rùn-ún ọdún láyé wọ́n tún jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Òun rí wọ́n rí òun rí wọ́n rò aláàfin ṣe òun ẹ pé kò ṣe òun ẹ pé kò ṣe òun rí wọ́n rí bàbá.
Àkọ́kọ́dáyé ni ó ti dáwé ọlá, àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀dáyé ni ó ti dáwé àtọ́
Gbogbo àdúrà sókè sí bàbá òdì wọ́n mọ́ gbogbo.
Gbogbo àdúrà sókè sí bàbá òdì ilé máa rògbò.
Gbogbo àdúrà sókè sí bàbá òdì wọ́n mọ́ gbogbo.
Gbogbo àdúrà sókè sí bàbá òdì ilé máa rògbò.
Omi kan mọ́ wúlò kan tó yẹ ẹgbẹ́. Bàbá.
Jáyé rẹ̀ tó kalẹ̀. Bàbá wọ́n máa jẹ́ ògbóni ṣẹ́kù. Bàbá wọ́n máa jẹ́ òfẹ́gbẹ́ wẹ̀. Olówó mi ló gbà lọ́jọ́.
Lord of Lords, the owner of the universe, one who is the true judge, who puts one down and lifts up another. We praise you for this glorious moment in the life of your Son and our King, His Imperial Majesty Ikú Bàbá Yèyé Ọba Dr. Lamidi Ọláyíwọlá Àtàndá Adéyẹmí III, Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, who at this time is rejoicing in your presence for attaining the age of 80 years. Thank you, Lord, for his life and for his impact on our society, on our community and our country. In this moment of rejoicing and celebrating, Lord, we commit him to your care, to your keeping, praying you will continue to endow him with strength and health and all the wherewithal that will enable him to impact our society more, to give directions, and to be an exemplar you all to this august occasion, where we have gathered to celebrate a great man in every sense of the word. A man who means different things to different people. To his enemies, he is stubborn, obstinate, controversial, and feared. Ọláìwọlá mo rí ọ lóde mọ̀mọ́ fíà rẹ̀. Tọmọdé bá ṣubú àwo wájú o, tágbà bá ṣubú àwẹ̀yìn o. Ọláìwọlá mo rí ọ lóde mọ̀mọ́ fíà rẹ̀. To the sportsmen and women, he is a boxer, which perhaps explains his pugilistic attitude to life. He is a fighter to the core. A man who will not run away if you dare challenge him to a fight, and be sure that he will give you more than you bargained for. So be careful if you challenge him to a fight. Be ready for a war. To the politicians, he is a political strategist whose favor and support is to be curried. If you doubt me, ask His Excellency Governor Ajibambi and others who have benefited from his political support, and they will confirm what I'm saying. To the nationalist, is the epitome of culture and traditions. His manner of speech, dressing, carriage, demeanor, dancing step, chanting of otrikis, and everything about him portrays the best and the finest in Yoruba culture. To the historians, is a repository and reservoir of historical facts and events. To the intellectual and the academician, is an intellectual powerhouse who can hold his own with any professor or any kind of letters. To the journalist, is an editor's delight. An interview with him will always sell. Is a newspaper and reader's delight. Never a dull moment in his presence. To his close friend, is loyal. A friend who will stick with you, come rain, come sunshine. Ask Kabiyesi Awujale and Owobokun and other friends who are close to him, and they will tell you that he will never abandon you in time of trouble. He is not one who will jump ship when the goings get tough or rough. To his subjects, he is revered and greatly loved. To his wives, the Ayabas, he is their sweetheart. Even at the age of 80 years, he still tickles their fancy. To his children, he is simply our loving and caring father. To God, he is a son of the Most High God. Hate him or love him, you cannot deny the qualities that the Almighty God has bestowed our Father with. The question is, why are we celebrating Father at 80? It is to appreciate and thank God for the gift of life, that in spite of the challenges and vicissitudes of life, God has spared our Father to witness 80 years on earth. And he shall yet be celebrated in many more years to come in Jesus' name. Secondly, and most importantly, it is an occasion for our Father to reflect and dedicate his life to the service of God and humanity, so that he can continue to leave an enduring and worthy legacy for prosperity. These distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome you, and I pray that as we celebrate our Father, we shall all have reasons to celebrate in our individual lives. On behalf of my father, the Ayabas, my sibling, and the entire Alowoloduro family of Oyo, I thank you all for finding time to grace this occasion in order to honor our Father. God will honor you all. Many of you have traveled far and near just to be here. I pray that God will bless and reward you abundantly. I thank you.
Ọba lọ́yà lé, ọba lọ́yà ga, ọba lọ́yà gbòó, ọ̀wọ́ èyí ti méjì ọmọ tẹ̀lá, ọ̀yọ́ olókèrí, lákàrà ṣàkọ́kọ́, ọmọ mọ́tàmọ́ra, tí ìdàgbẹ̀rú lóòjọ́, láìwọ́láwọ́ lójúlówó gbowó, kí ìwọ̀fọ́ fáwọ̀ lẹ̀, kó lè bá dìjà, kó lè bá darí, kó lè bá dóyin mọ́mọ́ nì, kí láìwọ̀láwọ̀ èyí ti ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni, obì gbàdúrà rẹ̀, sẹ̀kùnlé ẹ̀lẹ́kùnrin o, sí ọgbẹ́ náà ọmọ olúkú ewu. Lábìgbèrú olú ọmọ àtìbà Bàǹkópì, kọ̀mọ̀dé òun, ọba ní ìjọ, ọdẹ gbogbo ti rí ìtẹ́ ṣe kábíyèsí fáláàfin o. Olóríire kí wọ́n ṣe kábíyèsí fáláàfin wa o. Òòṣà ní ẹ̀ṣẹ̀, ẹ má ṣe ní ẹ̀mí, òrìṣà gbòbí, òrìṣà gbowó, aláàfin ò agbódi ní orí ẹni lọ́wọ́ ẹni, má bá jà, wò lówó àbálé o. Ẹni ò mọ bí ẹni, mi ò mọ ṣẹ̀fọ́ aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́. Èmi lè kéré burú máa jáde mú. Èmi lè kéré bàbá kẹ́tì bẹ̀rẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ bójú táyé. Ẹ̀yin ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ gbọ́dọ̀. Aláṣọ gbogbo ẹ̀mọ̀ kó àti jọjọ dáṣọ fún gbogbo. Ṣògo lákìsòkú. Ògbélẹ́jà wúkà. Iná lójú iná lọ́wọ́ pírípò làbí iná ìjọ dárò. Ìgbàlódé mi ni odò olóòkò sọ ọkọ̀ àjẹ́tì ṣe wọn lànà olóòtú agbọ́dọ̀ pín ìsà. Ṣògo lẹ́wọ́ bèbí ṣẹkẹṣẹkẹ tí ló wọ̀yọ̀wọ̀. Efi mẹ́lá dá aláyé. Iná bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ àkọsọ lọ́rùn. Àtọ̀dá ọmọ kú tí kò lè pa ọmọ àrùn. Táwọn ò lè ṣe ọmọ owó tó wò lè wò. Ọmọ sí ẹbọlá bàbá gbàgbé lórí ẹ̀sìn. Kábíyèsí o.
By intervention, the grace and blessings of Almighty Allah, and it's an opportunity to reflect, to look back, to go through what one has done in the past years, to amend that he has done which needs to be amended, and to forge forward on what has been done successfully. Kábíyèsí, to some of us, you are a model among your peers. Kábíyèsí, you stand out among your colleagues. You are a man of honor, man of integrity, and a disciplined one. Kábíyèsí, we pray that Almighty Allah will continue to strengthen you. You have contributed a lot to our culture, custom, and tradition, and I will urge you to continue to sustain this as a custodian of our custom in our region. Kábíyèsí, it is high time to stand out and bring together all our royal fathers to serve the interests of our region, most especially Yoruba race, to dish out ideas, values that will promote our interests in this country and as well as our nation in general. Kábíyèsí, all we have to do today is to continue to pray that Almighty Allah increase your knowledge, give you good health, and protect all those things that give you joy and happiness. And I pray you will attain 100 years on this earth and you continue to be useful to our race and to our nation. Kábíyèsí, adé apẹ́ lórí o, bàtà apẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ a máa pọ̀ sí, ẹṣin ọba àjòkó pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́, àwọn olórí wọ́n á sì máa ṣiṣẹ́ ìbí lọ. Kábíyèsí, congratulations. I say happy birthday to you. Thank you very much.
Intellectual minds. Intellectualism does not come in a day. It's a result of hard work. I have a very strong and unceasing appetite to read, to acquire knowledge. A quintessential progenitor of the Yoruba myths, a legendary custodian of Yoruba culture and tradition. Has what we call wisdom. It helped even to King Solomon or Suleiman. Wise, deep, and philosophical.
History of the old Oyo Empire is an example of the legacy of outstanding organizational skills, robust style of governance, rich culture and tradition, military virtue and truth that the forefathers of the Yoruba people bequeathed to them. Notably, Oyo, the first king of Oyo, inherited the part of his father's land where the ancient building that was used as a palace was situated. Consequently, he was given the title the Alaafin, meaning the owner of the palace. Oyo inherited their father's palace and the land. Taking an exploratory journey through history, Oyo has known about 40 kings who are referred to as Obas in Yoruba language before Alaafin Adeniran Adeyemi II, the father of the current Alaafin of Oyo, was enthroned. Before this time, precisely on October 15, 1948, God blessed Oba Adeniran Adeyemi II and his wife, Olori Moronke Akoke, with a baby boy, and was named Lamidi Olawale Adeyemi. I was born before my father became the Alaafin on 15th of October 1938. I can recall vividly that I was sent at very early age to a kindergarten school at Iliope. They call it Olelulu. Alaafin Adeniran Adeyemi II was a devoted Muslim, but his love for Western education and readiness to pay any price for his young son to access quality education suggested that he probably had a divine instinct concerning Prince Lamidi Olawale's destiny. For instance, at the time when nursery education was uncommon, Oba Adeniran used his position to devise a kindergarten education at St. Andrew's Demonstration School for his son, before he later sent him to a Quranic school at Isemi. Although my father was not literate in the Western education, they happened to be very close to the Quran officers who came to Oyo, and he himself was a lover of education. And he wanted to make his siblings to lay down, get sound education. After having completed Year 3 in the primary school, I was joined and sent to Isemi to study the Quran. And mastered the Quran at the age of 7 or 8. After Prince Lamidi had finished his Quranic education at Isemi, his father, Oba Adeniran Adeyemi II, brought him back to Oyo, but surprisingly, not to the loving and waiting hands of his mom in the palace. Instead, he sent him once again to go and stay with the headmaster of St. Andrew's Demonstration School, now St. Andrew's College, Oyo. This was done not for the acquisition of elementary education alone, but for the young prince to experience an efficient home training which perhaps could be considered unbecoming of a royal prince. In other words, the young Lamidi Adeyemi, though as it were, was born with a silver spoon, his father never allowed him to use his silver spoon because he rated virtues like perseverance, humility, tolerance, and other qualities so high and indispensable for anyone who will occupy the exalted position of the Alaafin in future. Talking about Alaafin Lamidi Olawale Adeyemi III, why is he so unique? Why is he so different? Basically, we believe that God has been preparing this young man for this position, even when we did not know about it. Why is he the only child that is being thrown here and there all over the place? If not for the fact that God was preparing him quietly. Eventually, Alaafin Adeyemi II sent young Prince Lamidi Adeyemi to Abeokuta, where he lived with the then anarchy of the Balland, over Sir Oladipo Ademola, one of the few richest monarchs of our time. Prince Adeyemi was able to learn a lot in Abeokuta until the 1948 riot against tax without representation broke out. This protest by the Oba women, which was led by late Mrs. Funaya Obasanjo, forced the Alaki of the Balland, Oba Oladipo Ademola, to abdicate his throne and proceed in exile to Osogbo, which became another opportunity for young Prince Lamidi Adeyemi to learn Paris administrative techniques.
I was one of those who accompanied the Alaki to Osogbo in exile. While in Osogbo, I became very close to the old man, to Oladipo Ademola, the Alaki of Oba land. He took me as his son, very close to him, and sought to study the palace administration where I was.
Of the Alaki of the Balland, Prince Adeyemi was taken to Lagos, where he lived with Sir Ofoyola Apayemi in Kefi, Ikuru, Lagos. He attended boys' boarding school at Arambe and later Tinini Methodist School to complete his primary school before he proceeded to the prestigious St. Gregory's College at Arambe, where his academic intelligence continued to stand out. It is possible to say that Obalingo used to be a place where people from different ethnic groups settled in Lagos. Hence, living in this community requires sagacity and a good dose of native intelligence. For obvious reasons, Crown Prince Olayiwola felt at home in this challenging environment. He had his own share of youthful adventure in sports. He was a skillful footballer. He was nicknamed Stanley Matthews after a popular British footballer in recognition of his dribbling mastery. He was also a long-distance runner, as well as a dexterous boxer, fondly referred to by his boxing fans as the Slender Boy.
Everybody knows me in Lagos Island and London as the dribbler of Stanley Matthews. In boxing, I was named Slender Boy. Slender Boy in the sense that I put them to sleep. I had over 60 bouts and I lost only 2. All these 2 are the traits of somebody who is destined to be great. Athlete today, boxer today, footballer today. In sport, sporting activity is no longer one sport. We have become big business. Prince Olayiwola Adeyemi left St. Gregory's College with a very good result and would have traveled to a London university for a degree course in law. Unfortunately, he lost his father, Olayiwola Adeyemi II, unexpectedly, causing his ambition to be aborted.
Hello and welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Hussein. First, the headline stories. Tinubu to meet service chiefs over rising killings. First Lady to youths at Easter Branch, unite in love. In business, federal government earns 6.9 billion naira from mining fees in first quarter. In foreign news, IMF urges heavily indebted nations to seek debt restructuring. And in sports, under-20 AFCON player Flying Eagles arrive Egypt for showdown. And now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu is set to meet with Nigeria's service chiefs and the National Security Advisor following his return from an 18-day work visit to Paris and London. This move comes amidst mounting insecurity, and the killing of over 120 people in states like Plateau and Benue since early April. The presidency disclosed that the president had been receiving briefings and giving directives while abroad and would now hold a full security meeting to review developments and strategize. Meanwhile, the presidency has placed part of the blame on state governors, accusing them of underfunding local security outfits despite receiving large security votes. Special Advisor Daniel Bwala criticized some governors for allocating a mere 20 million naira monthly to federal security agencies while receiving up to 3 billion naira in security votes. He called for better use of resources already at the state's disposal, urging governors to take responsibility in the ongoing fight against insecurity. To this now, First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu has called on Nigerian youths to embrace love, unity, and compassion as tools for national transformation. Speaking at an Easter brunch at Abuja with the youth wing of the Christian Association of Nigeria, YOWICAN, she emphasized that true societal change starts with selfless acts and inclusive mindsets. The First Lady highlighted the importance of youth in promoting gender equity and driving national progress. The Easter event, which was the second hosted by the First Lady for YOWICAN, also fostered interfaith dialogue and national development discussions. The group's national chairman, Veloso Chukwu Enwen, commended Mrs. Tinubu for her unwavering support for youth involvement and leadership. The gathering provided a platform for celebrating shared values and charting new paths for youth engagement across Nigeria. Governor Monday Okwebolo of Edo State has suspended the Okumagbe of Uwano Kingdom in Agenobode, Dr. George Oshiapi Egabo, indefinitely over recurring cases of kidnappings and killings in the monarch's domain. The suspension follows the tragic killing of a palace chief, John Ihamate, and the arrest of the monarch's secretary, Chief Peter Omiogbehini. In a statement released by the governor's chief press secretary, Fred Itoa, the government stated that the suspension was part of an intensified effort to restore peace and hold traditional authorities accountable in areas experiencing unrest. The decision signaled a strong warning to community leaders about their responsibility in maintaining law and order in their territories. We'll go on a break and return with business news. Welcome back. In business, let us tell you that the federal government has raked in over 6.9 billion naira from mining fees in the first quarter of 2025, signaling progress in its push to expand revenue sources. Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, announced the figures at the second Business Day annual mining conference at Abuja, attributing the gains to increased investor interest and improved awareness initiatives. According to the ministry, the fees came from over 950 applications for mining rights, with licenses issued for exploration, small-scale mining, quarrying, and reconnaissance. In addition, 118 new private mineral buying centers were registered. The government hopes these developments would boost Nigeria's mining sector and attract further foreign and local investments. We'll observe another break now for foreign news. Welcome back. In foreign news, let's tell you that the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has advised countries struggling with high debt burdens to consider restructuring in order to regain macroeconomic stability. In a pre-spring meeting report, IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva stressed the urgency for vulnerable countries to act early and decisively to avoid long-term economic fallout. Georgieva also warned about the global ripple effect of trade tensions and tighter financial conditions, especially for smaller economies and emerging markets. She emphasized the need for flexible exchange rates and responsible fiscal policies to absorb economic shocks, especially as aid flows to low-income countries continue to decline. Another break now for sports news. Welcome back. In sports, let's tell you that Nigeria's under-20 national team, the Flying Eagles, have landed in Cairo, Egypt, ahead of the 17th Africa Under-20 Cup of Nations. With the tournament kicking off on April 27, the 7-time African champions are already in training mode under head coach Aliyu Zubairu, with preparations including a friendly match against host Egypt scheduled for today. The team is aiming not just for continental glory, but also for a ticket to the FIFA Under-20 World Cup later this year in Chile. All 4 semi-finalists from the African tournament would automatically qualify for the global event. The Flying Eagles are lodged at Joe Sports City and Aqua Resort are expected to be one of the top contenders. We'll go on a final break for entertainment news. Welcome back. In entertainment, let's tell you that popular influencer Blessing CEO has stirred conversation online by urging single mothers to allow fathers play active roles in their children's lives regardless of personal disputes. Referring to Iyabo Ojo's decision to let her daughter's biological father walk her down the aisle, Blessing praised the actress for putting her daughter's needs first. She emphasized that her father remained a father no matter the circumstances, and discouraged women from letting resentment block co-parenting opportunities. A message delivered via social media encouraged single mothers to focus on the emotional well-being of their children and allow fathers to contribute meaningfully, be it financially, emotionally, or symbolically. That will be all on Biscon TV News for now, compiled and produced by Favor Ajabi. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching.
Of trainings he had received over the years, coupled with his diligence and proficient writing skill, were brought to bear to earn him a rapid promotion at work. Eventually, with his innate acumen and knack for business, he invested in automobile business and other forms of businesses, which ultimately paid off, causing him to climb the ladder of success, so much so he became a landlord in Lagos. In taking care of the buildings we are rented from Mr. Openiyi, the man was from Badagi. He had a lot of property. Prince Adeyemi continued to add to his educational attainment by attending several courses both within and outside Nigeria. It was during this period that he got married to his first love, Miss Abidat Nwela Oladile, Now Ayaba Abibat Nurada traditional Islamic right to follow Miss Abibat Nilala Aladini Ayaba Abibat Nilala Adini. The second wife also from Lagos was Miss Ramot Adedayo. Then she also became the other mercy going from Lagos. It is indeed remarkable to underscore the fact that from his youthful years, the Crown Prince Adeyemi knew what he wanted in life and he pursued it with passion, without not only attributable to the good relationship between Kabiyesi, Olaiwola Adeyemi and their Yemisi. Kabiyesi also uses his goodwill with past and present military or civilian leaders at both the federal and state levels for the benefit of Oyo Kingdom. His Imperial Majesty Olaiwola Adeyemi has on many occasions publicly eulogized these political leaders for their love and support for the Oyo Empire. Remarkably, the relationship between the current governor of Oyo State, Senator Abiola Ajimobi, and the Alaafin of Oyo throughout the governor's 2 terms of 8 years in office has been that of a father and a son. I think arguably is one of the most well-informed urbans in Nigeria. His intellectual powers is second to none. He's a very deep man. He is very conversant with the traditions and culture of the universe and in Nigeria in general. Majesty Olaiwola Adeyemi III is celebrated today, it is because of his priceless and modest contributions to national development. He has carried out many assignments for the country and is well appreciated for the quality of his delivery. For instance, in 1975, Alaafin was invited as the only Oba from Yoruba land to perform the holy pilgrimage to Mecca with General Murtala Muhammad. The federal government honored him with the national honor of CFR in 1979. In 1980, he was appointed the pioneer chancellor of the newly established University of Sokoto, now Othman Danfodio University in Sokoto. Kabiyesi served the university so much that he was recommended again and again till he spent 3 terms, totaling an unprecedented 12 years tenure as chancellor. Honoris Causa. Owing to his remarkable contributions to Othman Danfodio University, Kabiyesi Adeyemi was appointed the Chancellor of the University of Maiduguri.
He's a genius by any standard, and he speaks impeccable English. And when he speaks English, you will think that he had memorized it. He is very vast.
As Kabiyesi Ikubabayoye turns 80, it is a fervent wish and prayer of his subjects, his friends, his family and well-wishers that God will grant him many more years of peaceful and fruitful reign as the Alaafin Ikubabayoye Alashe Ekejiorisa.
From the bottom of my heart and on behalf of my junior ones, I want to thank you for being a wonderful father. You have been a father in the million, very caring, very loving. You gave us a good education. What we have today because of God and because of you. We appreciate you. You are one in a million. If we come again to this world, we want you as a father. We love you. Today, we are your mercy. Tiba so we dey dey wa. Àti bàbá wa. Ikú bàbá yìí. Aláṣẹ àwọn gbọ́dọ̀ sá. Àti òkú ìrírí. Aláàfin ọba Yorùbá. I salute you. I salute your courage. I salute your wisdom, your sagacity. I salute your ability to gather your people together and transform their lives. I salute, Kabiyesi, your generosity, your kindness to your people. I sincerely wish you many more years on the throne of his fathers and, of course, for the benefit of the universe.
Of the 80th birthday celebration of arguably the most cerebral and definitely intellectually controversial, most controversial traditional ruler in contemporary Nigeria. And it is for me an honor and rare privilege to be asked by the celebrant to be the reviewer of this book on this very important occasion. Though the birthday proper fell on Monday, 15th of October 2018, it academically kicked off with a very high-profile international conference on the theme of the Aláàfin in Yoruba history, culture, and political power relations. From Monday, the 18th of October to Thursday, 11th of October 2018, at the Ajayi Crowther University campus in Oyo. The conference was organized under the auspices of the Board of Trustees and Management of the UNESCO-recognized Center for Black Culture and International Understanding in Osogbo. It was coordinated by the indefatigable director of the center, Professor Chinyo Iweso. The keynote was delivered by the inimitable Toyin Falola, famous distinguished teaching professor, and Jacob and Francis Sanga Mosila, Chair of the Humanities at the University of Texas in Austin, United States of America. The conference featured wide-ranging presentations by star-studded academics across the disciplines of the humanities and social sciences from within Nigeria and outside. All this has been as it should be when the celebration is about Oba Dr. Lamidi Olayiwola Adeyemi III, Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Justice of Peace, Double Honorary Doctor of Law and of Public Administration, Ikú Bàbá Yèyé, ọmọ ikú tí ikú kò gbọdọ̀ pa, ọmọ àrùn tí àrùn kò gbọdọ̀ ṣe, Ṣàngó personified. The 44th Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́. None of us in Nigeria of His Royal Majesty's generation or older can fail to have known Kabiyesi and about his eventful ascension and glorious reign as Kabiyesi and as the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́. This is especially so when, as in the case of this reviewer, the Nigerians in question rank among those privileged to have trained as historians in the 1960s at the Nigerian Premier University of Ibadan, a mere hour's drive from Oyo Atiba, the present day Oyo seat of the Alaafin. We never had the opportunity to meet physically in person until 1995. Up to that time, èrò là ń gbọ́, ojú kò tó lùkòso. The meeting in 1995 was in the context of a well-organized visit of a delegation of what has now come down in the contemporary history record of Ogun State, of southern Nigeria, southwestern Nigeria, as Yewa think tank, previously Egbado think tank, led by the president, Professor Afonja. We came to the Alaafin to consult with him and to inform him about the resolve to change the name of the area of our area of Ogun State and of the people so-called from Egbado to Yewa. That decision was taken in July 1995. After the delegation has presented the case, then came the revelation of the man we are celebrating today. He was disposed to bless the change of name, but then he turned on me to say that he has read virtually all I have written, virtually all my publications relating to the history of the Yoruba and their culture, especially those across the border in the Republic of Benin and Togo. Then, to my surprise, he referred to an ordinarily innocuous article which I had published on the politics of Yoruba beaded crowns. An article published in 1975 in a journal in London. I was very, very surprised. And he went down the memory lane of all the books and journal articles relevant to his area of interest that I've ever published. I was shocked. He showed knowledge also of other publications that relate to the history of the Yoruba and their culture. One other surprise that I had meeting with him in 1995 was his intellectual honesty. He is not only learned, he is a traditional ruler that is affected, that is ready to apply knowledge and learning to wisdom. He told us in Oyo in 1995, for example, that having read the article on beaded crowns, the politics of beaded crowns in Yoruba land, he changed his mind about promotion of baales to position of obas. And that explains why in 1976 he moved the motion on the floor of the House of Chiefs in Ibadan for the promotion of the Olubadan of Ibadan and the Showun of Ogbomoso from the status of Baale to that of Oba, with the perpetual right to wear beaded crowns moved by the Oba in 1976. There are other cases where he has demonstrated a disposition to apply knowledge to wisdom. The book under review is 278 pages in 7 sections all of which address various aspects of Yoruba culture, Yoruba history, tradition, and they address issues too of national importance, local importance, and so on and so forth. Since I am under pressure to make this as short as possible, I would like to say that this is a book that compels everybody, every Oba, every chief, including the vice president and the governors present, to possess a copy. The second point that I want to make is to conclude that in having read this book, which I have enjoyed, I have 2 or 3 suggestions to make for the future. The first has to do with appreciation of the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́ for letting us have in a permanent form his voices on critical local, national, and international issues in a book form, thus benefiting the of courage and conviction has not been sufficiently inclusive. I know, for example, that it does not include the delivery by the Alayeluwa at the presentation of a collection of the works by J.A. Atonda at Agowoye last year, and the master delivery that he made at the International Festival of the Drum, which the Ogun State government hosted a few months ago. Notably, the relatively younger, more energetic and agile, such as the Toyin Falolas, the Oyewesos, Akin Alaos, to organize more fully the debriefing of the Aláàfin, including assisting him to do his autobiography or update it in case this has been done before his 85th birthday, inshallah. Third, I ask the numerous friends and admirers of the Aláàfin in both private and public sectors in and outside Nigeria, especially those in 4 areas of Yoruba land in Oyo, Osun, Ogun, and Lagos states of Nigeria, to mobilize massively to the immediate establishment of an endowed share in the name and in honor, most appropriately, of the Aláàfin of Oyo, of Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, most appropriately, perhaps, at the Ajayi Crowther University in Oyo. This will be on the model of the Obasikiru Adetono Chair of Governance at the Olabisi Onabanjo University in Agowoye. The fourth is to appreciate Professor Akin Alao, the editorial consultant for the collection, for the job so well done. But you may wish to consider in the next edition I think we are under terrible pressure. I want to conclude by singing the royal song of birthday to Kabiyesi. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Baba. Happy birthday to you.
As a textbook, particularly students of history,
without taking much time, as I've said, I hereby present this book to the public, and I also announce that we, from Lagos State House of Assembly, will be picking 50 copies with a huge amount, which I'm not ready to disclose. I'm sure my organs are here on the seat. I'll leave that to them. But we are going to support this in the huge form. I thank you all.
Not doubting the fact that Your Imperial Majesty, that you are a monarch of highest class. You are indeed an enigma by every standard, as you are indeed one of the Africa's most powerful and most influential kings today. Having come in the exalted throne of your forefather in 1971, immediately after Nigerian Civil War, when some of us, particularly my humble self, was not yet born, it bewildering to have grown to see you working stronger and stronger through the years with the human development and capacity enhancement for humanity. Kogi State, which was carved out of Kwara and Benue, has a lot in common with Oyo. Majority of the migrant farmers that are settled in the old Oyo Kingdom are from Kogi State. They have lived here in peace and harmony with your highly respected subjects. Alaafin, which translates as a man of the palace in Yoruba language, has a lot in common with the two major royal highnesses of Ata Igala and Ohinoyi of Ebira land. History reveals that this ruler exchanged values of common interest in commerce, trade, and agriculture from pre-colonial Nigeria till the present day. As we celebrate your 80th birthday today, and indeed 47 years on the throne, we say, may the crown stay longer on your head and the shoes stay longer on your feet. As we felicitate with you, we rejoice with you on this special day, and we say, Kabe Isu, Iku Baba Yeye, Allah Sheikh Jorisha. On this note, His Excellency says, as you launch 20 copies of the book, one to be given to Vice President, one to Governor of Oyo, to Governor of Kano, and of course to Uncommon Senator, Distinguished Senator Akpabio. Each of these 20 copies, and one to Are Onakakafo of Yoruba land. We are launching each copy of this book at 100,000 for 20 copies at 2 million. Thank you very much.
I stand on behalf of His Majesty, the Olu of Warri, who is a lover of education. And if you trace the history of the Shekiri people, you'll discover that I've contributed a quarter in no small measure. We had one of the foremost vice chancellors of this great university, the late Professor Orishaijolomi Thomas, as one of the pioneers who gave light to education in Nigeria. And this hall is named after him, and the Shekiri man all the way from Delta State. We also have the first female vice chancellor in the history of the whole of Africa, Professor Grace Alele Williams, who served as the vice chancellor of the University of Benin. And in appreciation of the birthday celebration of our Royal Majesty, Oba Lamide Alaiwola Adeyemi, His Majesty the Olu of Warri hereby launches this book with a sum of 1 million naira.
I was sitting very close to the chairman of the occasion, the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, and I said, Oyo, the Alavin stool, has such a very great history that spans over the entire West Africa. We cannot forget that. And listening to the fact that the Alavin has made efforts to put down this history, his experiences, I believe that the great people of this state and the Yoruba race should be very proud of this Alafin. I must say that my dear father, who is celebrating today, is a Pan-Africanist. He happens to be one royal father that has cut across not just the entire Yoruba race, but other parts of Nigeria. He has made friends and he has sons and daughters across the Niger Delta. When I had the opportunity to launch one of the best international stadia in Africa and the best in West Africa, I can say so, the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo, that gave us the opportunity to qualify for the World Cup. The Alavin came and he was there with a large entourage. And when he met me, he said, my son, I love development. And when I heard of this edifice, I said, I must be here in person. Your Royal Majesty, Kabiyesi, may I thank you on behalf of the good people, not just of my senatorial district, but of the good people of the South Nigeria and Niger Delta. We owe you in very high esteem. We are very proud of you. We are excited that God has kept you to see 80 years. And we are praying that we will be here again to celebrate you at 90. We have 10 local governments. And I would like to take at least 2 copies at 100,000 naira. It's just the sum of 2 million naira to celebrate this Alafin. And to say, Your Royal Majesty, we shall come again in great number to further celebrate you. May God keep you and grant you peace and grant your kingdom peace beyond recognition in Jesus' name.
To be here today. There are 2 simultaneous occasions going on and also the Imperial Majesty in Benin, the Oba of Benin. So I decided to send my deputy governor to be in Benin while myself I attend this very important occasion. We have to thank God for giving the Alafin long life, for attaining the age of 80, so for giving him intellect and wisdom. In fact, from what I have learned so far and from what I know about him, his wisdom increases with his age and also his intellect. So we can say that his intellect and wisdom are directly proportional to his age, which is uncommon to people. In many people, the intellect and wisdom is inversely proportional to the age. So, your Imperial Majesty, we request Almighty Allah, we pray to Almighty Allah to give you much longer life. I heard the Executive Governor of Oyo State saying that he's praying to God to give you 30 more additional years on the throne. But myself, since my daughter is under your kingdom, my daughter is under your care, I had to add 20 more years. And may God give you 50 more years on the throne. We sincerely appreciate your contribution to the unity, and from what I've heard from the Hausa people who are staying here, particularly those from Kano, we appreciate your role in the national integration. On our part, we have to hold your people, the Yoruba people in Kano. We don't even regard them as non-indigens. We regard them as indigens of Kano State with a primordial claim elsewhere in Nigeria. So we appreciate the role that you have played. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for this occasion. About the book, this book is a very important book. After due consultation with my cabinet, I will send my own contribution.
When the book reviewer was talking, he said he was under tremendous pressure, to say what he has to say and leave. I guess it's the same thing here, but I have 1 or 2 things to say. I'm here in dual capacity, representing myself and also representing the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. My father, the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, bàbá mi, Kábíyèsí Ọba Lámídì Adéyẹmí the third. Kábíyèsí o. President Jonathan asked me to wish you very well, greet you very well. Wọ́n sọ wípé ẹ lu iye tó kù tí ẹ lò lórí ìtẹ́ àwọn bàbá yín. Ìgbà tẹ́ bá ti pé 100 ọdún, ìgbà yẹn ni fàájì náà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sà. Ntí former president wọ́n ní kí n sọ nìyẹn o. The people that reviewed the professor that reviewed the book, he said something, and I want to just confirm it. In 2015, I went to KBC. I was contesting to be governor then. And Baba looked at me and said, Sheyi, it can't happen. I said, Baba, why? And Baba said, this is not how they do it. If I ask you to go do something at Okiogun, you leave Oyo now and start rushing to Okiogun. You need people all over the state to key into what you want to do. Baba, there are not too many people that can look at you straight in the eyes and tell you the truth. So mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, Baba. To launch the book, I've been to 2 or 3 social / political events, and people were afraid to mention figures because it's political season and the fear of EFCC. But I'm going to mention figures here today. President Goodluck Jonathan said I should get 10 copies of the book for 3 million naira. And on behalf of myself and the Omitutu Foundation, I will buy additional 5 copies for 2 million naira. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Baba, ẹ ṣe ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún lórí tí àwọn bàbá yìí o, mo dúpẹ́.
Thank you, sir. 3 million nípa oore ọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè àti ẹ̀sìn dálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire tí ó fún ikú bàbá yèyé torí wípé Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ló kẹ́ wọn, ó fún wọn ní oore ọ̀fẹ́ méjì. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ kìíní wọ́n jọba, oore ọ̀fẹ́ kejì wọ́n tún jẹ ọjọ́ orí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè òun ló kẹ́ wọn. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrólé Oòduà tí Ọlọ́run kẹ́ èmi náà tí mo jọba, ṣùgbọ́n ọjọ́ orí tí àwọn jẹ mo ń fi tọrọ fún gbogbo ládéládé àti gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire pátápátá, torí ẹni tó bá jọba tó tún jọjọ́ orí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ oore ńláńlá ni ó rí gbà. Mo wá fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa dìde, ẹni tó bá fẹ́ tọ́gbà kó bá mi dìde, kó bá mi fún ikú bàbá yèyé ní ọ̀wọ̀ yìí lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta. Kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o. Ní agun ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire, Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kó pẹ́ fún wa o. Mo tún wá kí olóríire gómìnà kò ṣẹlẹ̀ rí
wọ́n sọ kankan rí pé àwọn náà rí oore ọ̀fẹ́ gbà kò sí èdè àìyedè fún odidi ọdún 8 tí àwọn fi ṣe ìjọba. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè tó jẹ́ kẹ́ fi tàn lọ́lẹ̀ báyìí, Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kẹ́ pẹ́ o. Lórúkọ gbogbo orí adé tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire, àwa náà a máa dá sí pẹ̀lú mílíọ̀nù kan láti ra ìwé tí a máa pín káàkiri gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire pátápátá. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á bá wa lọ́ra ẹ̀mí yín o. Ẹ ó pẹ́ ní orí oko baba ńlá baba yín o. Ẹ ó máa mọ̀ ọ́ ṣe o. Ìdùnnú tí gbogbo wa tá wá bá yín yọ̀ lénìí, a ò ní fìbànújẹ́ dé ilé wa o. Gbogbo wa la máa padà sí ibi tá a ti wá pẹ̀lú ayọ̀ àti àlàáfíà. Ikú bàbá yèyé, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run fún yín. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kẹ́ pẹ́ fún wa ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà àti gbogbo àwa ọmọ bíbí Oòduà lápapọ̀. Oòduà á gbé gbogbo wa o. Ẹ ṣé, mo dúpẹ́.
The nation that apart from being the president, vice president, you are a scholar of scholars. My governor, Senator Isaac Abiola Ajimobi, we have come a long way. We have come a long way. May God continue to endow you with wisdom. I ran into problems several times with past governor in Oyo State. You are the only governor apart from, let me say, Bolagi, that enunciated his policy on how to turn things around in the state. Bolagi advocated free education, free medical service to the people of Oyo State, and integrated rural development. We came with reconstruction. We want to reconstruct all the policies formulation that were enunciated. Reconstruct the whole education sector, health sector, which were then in shambles. Secondly, rehabilitation and consolidation. People should judge you on these 3 important parameters and these 3 important administrative policies of your government. I've never seen anybody faulting you in this area. Permit me to recognize my son, my benefactor, former 2-term governor of Akwa Ibom State, and now a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Godwin Akpabio. Our in-law, the governor of Kano State, Brady Levis. I'd like to quote from a recent publication in the South Party Tribune by Professor Sian Oyeweso. The quotation runs thus: open. The political and territorial integrity of Alaafin was a source of prestige and now all over. Yorùbá ní Aláàfin kì í bí ni ká máa wọ́ ọlọ́lá kiri. Ọba Ọ̀yọ́ kì í bí ni ká ṣàṣìgbà. The role and depth of Oyo influence in nurturing a Yoruba identity and consciousness among Yoruba has continued to resonate across generations and boundaries. First and George II, who ruled England respectively, were from Hanover. Hanover is one of the 30 confederacies that made up the German nation. They were united together by Otto von Bismarck who they call Iron Chancellor. Since the kings who ruled England, that is the Tudor dynasty, could not speak English and could not communicate with their subject, an arrangement was made in Parliament that the party that had majority in Parliament should preside over the meeting of the cabinet to represent the king. By the way, if you study English history or no history, you know that there are two parties in Britain and studied this policy out and reduced this into parties long before the white settled in America and before the Baron accepted this to the migrant settlement. What I want to make out is that Yoruba devised cabinet system as a matter of constitutional policy. So what we get to the world is separation of powers. And when you are talking of constitutionalism, it's in big, it's in the marrow, it's in the blood of Yoruba race. And that is why Yoruba will not tolerate a dictator or a tyrant. Marina Jalafi considered a period when the country was faced with myriads of problems, development challenges, not the least of which was the social malaise that followed periods of political instability and another period of military dictatorship. The issues which are posed a formidable threat to a fledgling democracy except Boko Haram insurgency have remained corruption in high places, moral decadence, extreme and widespread poverty, insecurity, and poor leadership. Our quest for unity, peace, true democracy, and good governance have generated debate and discussion, all of which I've never shied away from. While I've been here, at every critical time, I make my position known as a traditional ruler, both the state government and to the federal government. As Jalafi, I've joined or initiated the debate with a background of decades of administrative experience acquired both in the business world of insurance and natural science, as well as in the schools of practical rulership of one of Africa's longest lasting empire, the Oloya Empire, which existed for over 600 years. The book we are presenting today will clearly show the extent of my participation and the quality of my contribution to national discourse. On every issue, I have sought to speak authoritatively and unambiguously. I have sought to make my arguments sound and compelling and to interpret events with both logic and native intelligence. Shakespeare said, there is a tide in the affairs of human beings, which, taken at the right moment, leads on to photo. Omitted, the desires of life is bound in shadow of mystery. We as traditional ruler must contribute our quota to the peace, development of our state and to the nation. We must make our will be known to the government. We must support the government to realize their aspirations for our people. We cannot be an opponent or opposition to government. I've all these things ahead. I'm not reading from the paper now. I'm skipping page 2. I'm going to page 3. Each time the Alaafin speaks or writes, I've been conscious of posterity and the legacy I will leave behind. If you are not a ruler anywhere you find yourself, political, traditional, chairman of local government, you must leave a legacy. One day you will leave this earth. What would they say about you? We observe an agreement that the true role of traditional ruler is to be father of all his community. But he cannot be a fielding hero where his home is on fire. I wonder if Makinde is still here. He came to me about 4 years ago that he was to be governor of us. I said, look, don't waste your time. Ajimabi will win second time, so go and rest. If you want to contest, let it be after Ajimabi. as far as you are concerned, both in Oyo and Okebu State, nobody will vote for you anybody. So go and rest. If Ajima retires at the end of 8 years, you can come back. It was not a really fact. Permit to me to make brief comment on the continuum showered echoing and showered on me by all who have spoken here today. I so like to appreciate the Aroki who has taken the role of palace bard to a global level. My dearly beloved family, my Oloris, and our children have made me very proud by arranging this special event as part of my 80th birthday celebration. Of course, supported uniquely by the governor of Oyo State and so many others who love their life. I'm greatly indebted to them. When Kabiyesi Ojaja was speaking, I think I should say a little bit in Yoruba language. Torí ẹwà Yoruba language lọ́wọ́. Ní Ọ̀ṣun State, wọn ò ní declaration ọ̀ní lọ́wọ́. Tí wọ́n ṣe ní Ọ̀yọ́ State, wọ́n ti tì í pamọ́ sí ákàsì ìjọba. Àwọn Ọ̀ṣun ò ní lọ́wọ́. Nígbà tí wọ́n ń du Ọọ̀ni, wọ́n ní gbogbo ọmọ ọba kó máa kọ̀wé wá, gbogbo wọn kó máa kọ̀wé wá ká máa duyè. Ṣùgbọ́n mi mọ̀ pé ìdílé mẹ́rin ní jẹ́ Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀. Ìdílé Ọ̀ṣunkọ́lá, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bàbá wa Adérẹ̀mí, ọmọ Adékùbí Òpétù, ibẹ̀ ló ti wá joyè. Nígbà náà ní Ọ̀yọ́ State láti ṣe declaration yẹn. Adájọ́ tó jẹ́ Nẹ́kàn Adémọ́lá ní àkọ́tọ̀ ló ní kó ṣe. Wọ́n mọ̀ sí Kọ́lá tó bá jẹ tán bí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ó jẹ, ògbó owó ó jẹ, láfigúdì ó jẹ. Nígbà tí Ọ̀ṣunkọ́lá kú tán, wọn ò mú bí ẹ̀sí ìdílé Ọọ̀ni tó jókòó. Wọ́n mú ìdílé Ògbóòwú. Nígbà tó tún fẹ́ di eléyìí, nígbà tó tún lọ, tí wọn bá fi ìdílé Ọ̀jájá tó jẹ́ kí ẹ̀sí joyè, a jẹ́ pé ṣáàkì yóò tún lọ, generation mẹ́ta ni ó tún kan ni. Mo gbàṣẹ lọ́dọ̀ gọ́vnà mi pé ìwé tí mo ní lọ́wọ́ o tí àwọn ìjọba lọ́sùn ṣe yìí o kò bá mú o. Ìdílé Ọ̀jájá ni wọ́n fẹ́ tún wọ́n tún fẹ́ filẹ̀ yìí o. Ṣé mo lè dá sí? Wọ́n ní dá sí. Wọ́n á lọ bá gọ́vnà wa Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá. Declaration ni which is registered one. Ẹ jẹ́ kí ìdílé Gẹ̀ẹ́sì joyè o. So bí wọ́n ṣe mú ìdílé Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tí Ọọ̀ni Ìṣàyẹ̀ fi jẹ́ nìyẹn. Kí ló fà á? Intellectualism, record, searching, and knowledge.
Hello, welcome to Newspaper Headliners on Biscon TV. I am Citizen Jones Hussein, and my co-anchor is Nelson Ekujun. Nelson, I greet you.
Thank you, Citizen Jones. Good day, our viewers.
I know you have recovered from the holiday.
Yes, I have.
So we can go straight to business.
Absolutely.
Okay, the papers are here. We'll look at the front pages together and give contexts and clarities to the story. The first paper here is the Tribune. The Tribune leads with Plateau Forest, Nelson, grazing reserves now occupied by bandits, according to Governor Mutwan. He should know.
Yes, but if that be the case, the question we should ask is, what is Governor Mutwan doing to dislodge these illegal invaders? Because I know for free that those forest and grazing reserves in Plateau State belongs to the Plateau State government. Has it deployed the available security apparatus
Mm.
to do the needful.
Yeah.
And if he's overwhelmed doing that, then he can call for help from the federal government.
So, sometimes you are wondering if it is not easy for other geopolitical zones to do what the late Arakuni
did in those things. Yes.
With the establishment of Amotekun.
So the security of life and property in any state is under the purview of the governor. So it is not enough for governors to be raising alarm. The question we should be asking there, how are you using your executive powers to secure the life and property of your people?
And a question that is provoked here is, do the governors know the real enemies of the people?
Well, that is a question we should ask them.
Mm.
Maybe they don't know.
All right, Nelson, you have heard that the #1 Catholic in the world passed yesterday. And, so world leaders, others paid tribute just as Pope Francis dies at 88.
Yes, you know, I was watching a station and I saw the Pope receive the American Vice President, J.D. Vance.
Okay.
As well as was in a motorcade.
Days before he passed.
Yes, that was on Sunday.
Mm.
Was in a motorcade in the Basilica. Then he was on the rooftop where he waved to faithfuls.
Mm.
Only for me to tune to another station. I just saw Pope Francis. I said, is this a joke or what?
Yeah, Nelson, if now we know that the Pope had been living with one lung since many years ago.
Many years ago, yes,
Mm.
absolutely. And you know, having pneumonia, that made it very difficult. And he has been sick for close to about 40 days.
Yeah, not only did the President Trump say he was a good man, he was a most loved, very personable pronuncio, you know.
The testimonial out there is that he was a man who brought simplicity.
Yeah. He fought for the poor,
papacy,
the poor and the underprivileged.
Underprivileged, yeah. Our condolences to the Catholic Church.
Not only is he the first Latin American.
Yeah, he's the first Latin American pontiff.
But it brings to mind the first non-Italian Pope, Pope John Paul II.
We had that in his should I say his testament?
Yeah.
That when he's going to be buried, they should just write Francis. They should not, describe anything like that.
He says he should be buried in a simple tomb.
Yeah. That tells you the simplicity of the.
Can you imagine? They say his life and times from bouncer to papacy.
Mm. Mm. That's a motivation for anybody to know that if you do the right thing,
anything is possible.
Yes, if you do the right thing, you'll be on the right track, and then you can achieve whatever is achievable within the ambits of the law.
His photograph is on the front page of the Tribune this morning. Yeah, other stories are Jonathan regrets inability to end Nigeria's suffering.
Well,
it's not a laughable thing.
It is a citizen.
I don't.
What has made him to regret after about 10 years after leaving office? What were those things he ought to have done that he didn't do? Is he now telling us that because he has regretted, then we should be looking at giving him another shot? Absolutely not. I don't think that. So if he's regretting, I think he should live with his regret, and whatever advice he can give to those at the end of the affairs now, to avoid them being in his shoes, maybe 10 years after saying, I regret.
My humble advice is don't listen to Nelson. Read this news in the Tribune today. But here is grandson of popular Ondo musician Comfort Omoge. I think she was from your part.
Yeah, she's an Ikale woman.
Yeah, the grandson was killed by a scavenger.
That's a sad one, and we just hope that the security agencies will move into action and arrest the perpetrators, so that they can face the full wrath of the law.
Okay, federal government registers releases improved pepper, tomato varieties, 27 other crops to farmers.
Well, that means we should be looking at better days ahead for our food crops.
And also away from crude oil.
Yes, away from crude oil. And also that we should be hopeful that the prices will continue to drop and it will become affordable and accessible by the average family in Nigeria.
How about this one? Disquiet in APC over Tinubu's deal with Kwankwaso.
Well, that is usually the attitude of the politicians. They want to be in the know of everything. Meanwhile, the man who is the long end of the stick is the one making the deal.
Okay. All right. The Daily Sun is here, the next paper, and the lead story: outpouring of tears, grief, and so on over Pope Francis's death.
Yes, we also at this end we commiserate with the Catholic Church. We are also grieved, but we take solace in the fact that he lived a fulfilled life, and he died at a time, even during the resurrection of Jesus Christ. That tells a lot about the circumstances surrounding his exit.
Yeah, Nelson. The Pope was head of state of the smallest country in the world. The papacy.
Yeah.
Okay. Rising energy costs killing industries, manufacturers cry out.
Well, that is a fact, but I think the admonition should be to these industries to start looking at alternative sources of energy.
Because we have
them. It is not enough every time we are complaining this. What are the God has given man the knowledge to provide solutions. Today, people are moving from this fossil fuel energy to cleaner energy. So what are the industries? How are they instituting a research chair in our research institutes as well as the ivory towers to provide solutions, to provide homegrown solutions? That's the only way out.
We can talk about solar energy.
We can talk about wind energy, yes.
Hydro energy.
Hydro, if even
tell Nelson we have forgotten coal energy.
But when you talk about coal, the depreciation of the ozone layer is a factor to be considered. But when you look at
but South Africa, it relies on coal.
Yes, but what is the coal availability? How are we harnessing it? Do we have it readily available? But when you talk about hydro, Nigeria is almost like a country, like an island surrounded by water. But when you talk of sun, we have it in abundance. So the manufacturers should be looking at, transiting to alternative, cleaner, safer energy, and in that way they will be able to reduce that. But if they continue to rely on energy, being generated through gas, as we presently have in Nigeria, then they will continue to lament.
Gas is another option.
But it's expensive. So we are talking about rising costs
and yet we have the largest deposit of
gas in Nigeria. Yes, absolutely.
All right, NNPCL slashes petrol pump price to 880 naira. It's been forced to do so.
No, the price fluctuations in the PMS industry in Nigeria today is something that gladdens our heart because of the presence of the local refiners. We talk about the Dangote refinery as well as the NNPCL refinery. So yesterday, I'm talking metaphorically now, the Dangote refinery reduced the price the price of PMS at the pumps became 890 naira. So now the NNPCL has now reduced our own to 880 naira. That tells you clearly that the price war will be beneficial to Nigeria for the long run. We want more investment in that industry.
Nelson, that's the essence of competition.
Absolutely.
Okay, The Guardian is here next, and the lead story: manufacturers groan as alternative energy gobs 1.1 trillion naira in 1 year. Something we just talked about.
Yes, but the headline of the Guardian is different from the Daily Sun.
Yeah.
The Daily Sun is rising energy costs. Meanwhile, the Daily Sun, the rider says 708 billion naira spent on alternative energy in 6 months. So if the manufacturers are expending 1.1 trillion naira on alternative energy in a year, and they feel that source of energy is becoming expensive, it is not outside of their purview if they invest in research to look for cheaper ways of generating power.
Yeah.
To to bring down the cost of business.
All over.
Yes, they have choices. Yeah.
Okay. 2027, Obi could be the president under PDP, says Showomi.
Showomi is a member. Showomi is a member of the PDP. He was one of the spokespersons of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who was the presidential candidate of the PDP in 2023. So if Obi could be the presidential candidate of the PDP in 2027, that means there must be a major talk going on. Because right now,
for that matter, he has to jump ship.
He has to jump ship again from LP to PDP.
Okay. Muftwang digs into root of insecurity as Alia decries header C.
Yes, like we have.
If he is digging
into
the source.
If he's digging into the source, then he should be able to dig properly so that he gets the source and root out the source. And like we have rightly said, the security of life and property in any state is the responsibility of the state. It is not enough whenever there's security, breaches for these state governments to be raising alarm. The question we must always be asking them: in what way have you done to remedy the situation? Is it beyond your capacity? That's the question.
All right. There's a photograph of Pope Francis on the front page of The Guardian. Tributes for man of humility, Pope for the poor, as Vatican awaits new leader. And well, it begs the question, Nelson, is Africa not overripe for an African Pope?
Well,
am I asking for too much?
I believe you're asking for too much. It depends on the hierarchy of the African bishops in the papal structure.
Cardinals.
Yeah, okay, cardinals.
There's Cardinal Francis Arinze.
Yes. So
Cardinal Onayekon.
So the election of the Pope goes through a process.
Oh yeah.
So
you are thinking of the smoke. Is it the blue smoke?
The blue, yes, absolutely.
Okay then. Adeleke decries arson of Ilesha High Court and others probe.
Well, the governor has done what is expected of him to order a probe and ensure that if anybody is found culpable, then that person or those persons must be made to face the full wrath of the law. That's what the government is supposed to do, and not to start raising alarm. And see if he doesn't have the constitutional right to restore law and order.
Fubara's supporters, this should not excite you. Await recall. The supporters say Tinubu acted in Rivers' interest.
Well, the president has declared a state of emergency in Rivers State in line with Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution. And that state of emergency was ratified by the National Assembly as required by law. Whether the conditions that warranted that declaration has now improved to the extent that Mr. President will lift the suspension is what I don't know. But if they are raising that hope, I say it's good luck to them. They can continue to go.
And meanwhile, the sole administrator is spending his 5th week.
Yeah, in the office. And he has been able to restore calm. The
relative calm. Or?
No, not relative calm. Okay. Absolute calm citizen. Because when he was about to come in, there were bombings. And there was this threat of breakdown of law and order. But since he came into office, people have been demonstrating either for or against, and nobody has been harassing anybody. That tells you that peace has returned to Rivers State.
Nelson, there's a howler here. Group alleges killing of 20,300 persons, 19,000 churches, schools destroyed in Southeast.
Well, that is a statistics that should be interrogated, and an agency that is that can be best started with that job is the security there, because those statistics they have revealed that are acts of crime against the Nigerian state. If 20,300 persons have been killed, 19,000 churches, schools destroyed, then that is murder as well as arson attack. So that is within the purview of the Nigerian police, the state command, to give us.
Nelson, I become confused when I want to relate that story to the fact that there's a so-called group of unknown gunmen.
There's nothing like unknown gunmen. It's the machination of the Nigerian media.
You mean they are known?
They are known. They are IPOB. It is a terrorist group.
No, I don't know about that.
No, the Nigerian court has declared IPOB as a terrorist organization.
But we're not talking IPOB here.
Yeah, you know, if you say unknown gunmen, you are trying to be clever by half. But we are here to analyze the fact, and is that a lot of the killings in the southeast is being carried out by IPOB.
Okay. The Southeasterner watching us has the choice of buying the Guardian and reading the story. Next will be the New Telegraph. The New Telegraph leads with why I was reluctant to become Yar'Adua's running mate, Goodluck Jonathan.
Well, that has become history because he eventually became running mate and vice president, as well as later transmitted to acting president, and he got elected into office as a substantive president in 2011. So, I believe that these revelations by former President Jonathan will make a good reading because I don't know the contents or the context under which he became reluctant to become the...
Well, the answer is to read the story.
Is to read the story, absolutely.
How about this? How many Christian politicians engage in unrighteous acts? Cleric. And the writer, interesting, says he has never seen any governor that pays tithe.
How can a cleric say that? Payment of tithe is a voluntary act by... Like, how many governors worship in his
No, but hold on. The current governor of Benue State is
a Reverend Father. Yes.
And I don't forget that before now we had Reverend Fathers leading the state.
Yes, now we had the Reverend Father Moses Adasu.
Yeah.
Leading Benue, yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know where the cleric got his statistics from, because I know we have 36 states in Nigeria, and we have a large chunk of those governors.
And the FCT.
Yeah, and the FCT, a large chunk of them are Christians, and whether they pay tithes or not is something personal. It's not within legislative or governmental scrutiny, or maybe religious scrutiny. So I won't know how he arrived at that statistics. I'm helpless there.
This one concerns you and I. Federal government to close Lagos Ijora Bridge for repairs from April 27. April 27 is a Sunday.
It's a Sunday, yes. The Ijora axis, if you recollect, during the days of President Muhammadu Buhari, has been on the radar for reconstruction, and that is why, if you look at what has gone into that axis of Lagos, that has been, damaged and become desolate as a result of activities of the ports. And if the government is going to close that bit, one hopes that the alternative routes that will be available for vehicles and human traffic will be made accessible and motorable, so that the inconvenience will be minimized.
All right. Again, the Pope's story is here. The world mourns as Pope Francis, first Latin American pontiff, dies at 88.
It's a sad one, and on the other hand, the testimonial about the life of the man gladdens one's heart that this was a Pope who exhibited humility, and was a poor people's Pope. Was a Pope who empathized with the poor. So his death is one of a celebration, if you ask me.
All right. Next, we have the Punch here. The Punch, the lead story there: Tinubu to meet service chiefs over rising killings.
Well, it is also...
and so there are some riders here. President returns from France and the UK.
Yeah, he returned yesterday night.
Presidency blames governors for worsening insecurity. And there's a protest in Jos.
Yes, I believe strongly that because the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it is within his purview to meet with the service chiefs if there is a reported or acts of violations of the law, because he has sworn on oath to uphold the law. So if Mr. President is meeting with the service chiefs with regards to security, that is within his mandate. But most importantly, we need to interrogate the responsibilities of our governors with regards to the reason they threat for governments, which we all know is about the welfare and security of the people. It is not enough for our governors to continue to raise alarm. I remember vividly well Citizen Jones here in Lagos when we had this group in Ikorodu that was terrorizing the Goshen.
1 million boys.
No, 1 million boys.
Okay.
I've forgotten the governor of Lagos then, Akinwumi Ambode, in conjunction with the security agencies, went after them and they rooted them out. I also recollect Governor Ibukunle Amosun, how he led of Ogun State, how he mobilized the security forces to root out, pipeline vendors and kidnappers at Ariko in Ogun State. So we have seen instances. We have also talked about late Arakun Rotimi Akeredolu in Ondo State. So I think Nigerians must start asking these governors. Your responsibility as a governor is not to come and tell us there's killing in my state. What are you doing to stop or prevent that killing? How are you making sure that those involved are brought to book? Yeah. Because you have the powers. Every week, a governor sits over the State Security Council meeting, of which the general officer commanding the military formation there,
CP,
the Commissioner of Police, DSS, all the security apparatus, and the governor presides over them. So, what is the essence of the State Security Council if you cannot, address these violations of the law?
Okay, hear this one. This comes like a sting. Jakba, federal government targets ghost workers in fresh payroll audit. There's an audit.
Yes, there's an audit of federal government workers because some of them are relocated, which we call Jakba, and they are still drawing salaries and emoluments. And the last time they discovered
there's a collusion.
So. Yes, of course, absolutely. They discovered quite a large number of them, when the audit was done. But as human beings, audit is a regular thing in the public service because of the pollution we have identified. If we don't catch it today,
my trouble, Nelson, is if it is humanly possible to nail a ghost.
I know you can't nail a ghost. Somebody is the one. There's somebody behind the ghost. It's just
the human ghost.
The human ghost, yes, the human ghost. Yes.
Now I get you. But a relative story to that is UK records 22,000 Nigerian asylum seekers.
Yes, it's also part of the Jakpa syndrome because a lot of Nigerians believe that the grass is
greener on the other side.
On the other side, forgetting that the grass is green everywhere. So long as the